Still playing. Yeah, we're live, I guess. So, evening, everybody. Welcome to another episode of This Week Unloaded. As usual, I don't know what the hell to talk about tonight. I saw something, but I don't remember what the hell it was now. Yeah, it caught my eye. Damn it. I'm going to go back and see if I can find it. Oh, yeah, no panel so far. But here's what it was. Disney is in trouble. It just gets worse for Disney. Last year they're like, well, survive till 25, right? Well, here we are, 25, and they're Captain America without Captain America bombed. And Snow White opens up this week and makes all of $43 million at the box office this weekend. So that bombs as well. Howdy, Patriot. So far, we got Patriot and Dark Ed on the YouTube side. Hopefully, audio is working fine this week. Bernie's out there. Seen Bernie in a while. Midget tossing. Oh no, they didn't allow any midgets in Snow White. It was all CGI midgets from the reviews I've seen, and it's not good. One reviewer literally called the dwarves in the Snow White live action remake what Cthulhu would have nightmares about. So, obviously not good CGI midgets in Snow White, going back to the topic that opened up with. But yeah. Makes you wonder if Disney's ever going to be able to turn things around. At this rate, they are in so much trouble. That I don't know how Disney. I mean, I know they got billions in the bank right now, but they got to be hemorrhaging money at this point. I mean, really hemorrhaging it. Good Lord, when's the last time Disney had a good box office return on a movie that wasn't a Fox movie? I mean, Marvel's last big successful movie wasn't necessarily a Marvel Studios picture. It was a Fox movie that just got made by Disney because it was Disney bought Fox Entertainment Division. And that was Deadpool and Wolverine. You take that movie out of the equation, Disney has not put up a profitable movie in quite some time. It's been quite a few years. Can anybody remember a Disney movie at this point that's come out recently? Seriously, it's like they're here and gone, and nobody remembers them because they're junk. They should have left Snow White as it was in 1937, Patriot. I don't know if that can be done, Bernie. He said, let's make Disney great again. I don't know if you can. I don't know if they can. I legitimately, I don't know if Disney's going to be able to recover. And their nonsense that they've pulled, when they've ruined Marvel at this point, they've ruined Star Wars. Snow White is a disaster. Yeah, but Aladdin was almost 30, was like 30 years ago, Patriot. That's a kitty out there, you remember, man. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy, man. Aladdin was 30 freaking, well, over 30 years ago. Over 30 years ago. It came out, what, 92, 93? What has happened to Disney? Look at the string of movies they put together late 80s through the mid 90s. You had Little Mermaid, um, excuse me, Little Mermaid. Then you had Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, Lion King. Those were all good movies. Who Framed Roger Rabbit was one of theirs, even though they did it in conjunction with Warner Brothers, but it was released on Touchstone, which was one of their properties at the time. I mean, it's just yeah, Bernie, you're right. The woke are getting their comeuppance right now. The woke policies are coming to bite them in the ass, and Snow White's a perfect example because I mean that they totally went and screwed up the story. There's no prince in Snow White, the new one. The guy that kisses her to wakes her up isn't a prince. Well, Jacob Bass out there. I don't know if I said hi to Ron Tui Matters or not. I don't remember. But evening to you too as well. So yeah, if there's a way for Disney to turn this around, I don't know what it is. I don't think they can. And I don't know if Hollywood in and of itself is going to be able to turn this around because it's not just Disney. Let's be honest. It's a lot of uh, bad stuff that's come out of Hollywood, especially since COVID. COVID and when the media, the Hollywood really, they were going this way before COVID. Okay, but after COVID, it's like they took an even harder turn, and somehow they thought that average middle American, Mr. and Mrs. America, was going to buy into all this stuff. Getting Coca-Cola to 180. A lot of companies have. A lot of companies have started doing 180s and be like, whoops, maybe we need to course correct. So, yeah, so, I don't know how much of it's going with the wind blow, how the wind's blowing, and how many of them actually think, you know what, this is hurting our bottom dollar or what it is. But yeah, a lot of them have done a 180 from what they were doing, not just Coca Cola. Yeah, I don't see how Hollywood recovers, and theaters in particular. I mean, it's just been empty in theaters. Theaters have been empty. Got, I don't know. It's just, and ticket prices are absolutely ridiculous. Go, you pay how much to go see a movie? Back in the day, man, when I was a kid, Patriot was a kid, we could go see probably a bunch of you as well. Go see a movie. Your whole family can go see a movie for what, $25? If you went to the budget theater, less than 10. Try and buy a single movie ticket for less than $25. Yeah, Bernie, $1 theaters, exactly. $1 theater. You wait a month after a movie come out, it hits the $1 theater, and you go see it then. That's what we did when I was in high school. We did that a lot because it was, you know, and the theaters were still full. You know, you go in there, dollar theater would be packed because people were waiting until it hit the dollar theater, or go see it multiple times. You go see it when it first came out, and then when it hits dollar theater, you go hit see it again. You know, don't do that anymore. You can buy a digital copy of a movie, Jacob, these days for less than what it costs to buy a movie ticket. And why even bother going and buying a movie ticket anyway? With the cost of the really large screen TVs coming down, you wait a couple months instead of going to the dollar theater like we used to do when I was a kid. Wait for it to go on digital, and you can watch it in your living room on almost the same on the screen that you might as well be in the theater from when you're sitting in the theater seats anyway, and you don't got to pay concession prices. Uh, what was the big movie that came out at Christmas, which should probably came out at Halloween, but it came out at Christmas? Nosferatu, the vampire movie. A month after that came out on Christmas Day, it was on Amazon the end of January, the beginning of February. Patriot said the last movie he went to see in theater was Rambo: Last Blood. It was described. Yeah, that was the last Rambo movie. I haven't seen that one. But What was the last movie? I think the last movie we I went to go see in the movie theater was Aquaman when that came out. That was pre-COVID. For a family of four to go see a movie, you need at least $100 just for the tickets. You know, you're paying what it used to cost to go watch a symphony orchestra to go watch a movie these days. Movies used to be the average guy, the average Joe's art form, right? Movies were cheap. People could go afford. Even during the Depression, people found ways you could go and afford to watch a movie. A movie back in the Depression cost you 10 cents to get into. People used to go and watch movies as an escape from what was happening in their lives during the Depression. You know, look at some of the movies that came out during the Depression. There was some Snow White, the original Snow White, came out during the Depression. You know, and it was a big hit back in theaters at that time period. Gone with the Wind, a Depression era movie, big movie. Made when when modified for inflation, still one of the most highest grossing movies ever. Artax out there, evening sir. Uh, Jacob said the last movie he went and watched was Oppenheimer. That was like $12 a ticket. Really? Wow. $12 a ticket's cheap these days. Yeah, Ron Two Matter says he'd rather go buy a couple boxes of ammo than go to the movies. Hell, 2 boxes of ammo, depending on what cartridge and caliber, or obviously caliber and size of the box is probably going to be cheaper than to take a family of four to the movies. It's crazy, man. Take your family to the gun range, not the movie theater at this point. It's going to be cheaper to go shoot than to go to a movie. Oppenheimer might have been the one film in the last 2 years that I may have went to the theater to see, and I didn't. Well, the drive-ins are starting to come back. There's more drive-ins popping up all the time, but how long is that trend going to last if Hollywood keeps putting out shit that nobody wants to see? Popularity of the cartridge, Jacob. They're going to sell a lot more 22 long rifle than they are 22 Magnum or 17 HMR. Yeah, there's a few that are our hour and a half from where I live. Jacob, yeah, drive-ins are starting to make a comeback, but again, unless they're gonna the drive-ins, which one of them does, one of them in our area does show like old classic films. So maybe that's way these theaters can go to try and make some money back. Show some good old movies, you know, like one weekend they can show, I don't know, what's a good old movie? Uh, the original Star Wars. Do a Star Wars marathon one weekend where they show all three Star Wars movies. Friday Star Wars, Saturday Empire, Sunday Return of the Jedi. Then the next weekend they can show like Jaws, something else, or show two movies at one time, old movies. I don't know, but yeah, with the crap Hollywood's putting out, movie theaters aren't going to be around. I mean, how many old time mom and pop movie theaters are still in business? I haven't seen one of those in a long time. That's all the AMC and what's the other one? Uh, the Alamo Draft House and companies like that, all big companies. I mean, now the one drive-in in our area, not our neighborhood. It's not in the neighborhood. It's not close to being in the neighborhood, but it's a mom and pop operation. It's a two-screen mom and pop operation. So maybe that's the route that mom and pop movie theaters are going to go. Instead of being theater, mom and pops are going to be the drive-ins. I tell you what, I damn sure ain't going to go pay money to watch something like Snow White. Not this new shit anyway. The original Snow White, package it where you have like they used to do in the old days with the drive-ins, or you take your kids, you watch a cartoon after the kids fall asleep, and you get more of a PG 13, maybe R-rated movie after the kids are asleep in the back seat of the car for a family. You know, who knows? Maybe that's the way that'll go from going forward. I don't know. I don't know how theaters are going to make money with the crap Hollywood's putting out. You go watch what's supposed to be a blockbuster movie. In a blockbuster movie, you'd have people waiting in, you know, overnight to get in line to go see a movie. Now you go first day and the theater's half empty. High school at the drive-in was a totally different experience than being at the drive-in as a family. The family features were before you know, the ones that you're talking about, Patriot. You'd have, you know, kids' night, family night would be like Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday, or Sunday would be family night at the drive-in. You know, yeah, most of the time you went to a drive-in movie, it might not have been worth watching anyway. A lot of those old drive-ins played a lot of those old B movies, which I've actually been watching a lot of those on like Tubi and stuff like that, instead of Tubi and Plex, instead of watching some of the newer stuff. Jacob says he can't remember the last time he saw a movie commercial. Yeah, they still make them. They still make trailers for them. They'll show them on YouTube. Last drive-in Patriot went to was in Memphis. Marines and a whole bunch of chicks. Really drunk Marines and a whole bunch of chicks. Well, if you remember, you couldn't have been too drunk. Yeah, yeah. B movies are great. Motel Hell. Yeah, I remember. I saw that. Yeah, the one where they're butchering people to put into their sausage and stuff. Yeah. Yep. Ah, man. And they're still making those kind of movies today. If you go like on Tubi and Plex, even Amazon has some of them. And some of those aren't that bad a movie either. Like you said, some of those were really good. I watched one the other day. It wasn't. That was a pretty good movie. Just today, B movies go straight to digital. Oh, hoot. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And then they were butchering them and selling them as sausage. Yeah, I know what one you're talking about. It was one of the first things that John Ratzenberger from Cheers was in. He was one of the guys that got buried up to his neck. And the hero of the film was the fat cop from Chips. Yeah, I know what movie you're talking about.
Shadow, you want to go outside real quick?
What was his name on Chips? Grossy or something like that? Grossman, and they called him Grossy. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see that when it driving. I remember seeing it on cable when it went when I was. God, I couldn't have been no more than 6 when I saw it on cable. Maybe a little bit older than that. Oh, man. Then you had all the uh, Aussies out there, you know, Aussie exploitation movies and stuff like that back in the 70s, man. Those were some crazy movies. G Web's favorite genre movie, the lesbian vampire movies, started in the 70s. Those were B movies you would see at a drive-in. Christ, there's a whole genre in Italy of lesbian vampire movies. They started a whole genre of that based around that idea. Like, it's crazy. Back in the day, you go to a movie theater, you pay one price, you could watch 3 or 4 different movies. Lesbian, vampire, and cheerleaders. Yeah. I saw one the other day. Vampire cheerleaders. There you go. It combined 2 genres. Like, alrighty then. I think I watched that too. The vampire cheerleader one. It was alright. It wasn't going to win any Academy Awards, don't get me wrong, but, to kill a little bit of time, it was alright. Damned if I can remember what the hell the name of it was. But I've been watching a lot of those goofy kind of movies. Either the vintage, old B movies or more modern takes on, like, basically the same kind of premises. Like slasher films and stuff like that, that don't actually make it into theaters and stuff, but are on the streaming services, and some of those are more entertaining than what the movies that are making it to movie theaters are. Yeah, I'm not surprised G Web's told you. Yeah, they got some stuff with her on Amazon where she's doing like a mystery science theater kind of deal. So at least I think that's what it is. I haven't watched any of them, but the description, that's what it seems like. One movie I did watch the other day that everybody should see is Boondock Saints. I watched that again yesterday. I love that movie. Christ, just a couple hours ago, I watched another slasher film. It was called Girl House. Instead of being like in a sorority house or something like that, it's in one of those porn things. Where they have a bunch of girls living in the same house, kind of thing, and the serial killer gets in there and starts killing them. It was pretty good. The premise of the movie and everything was pretty good. I was on Amazon Prime. If you get video, if you have a Prime account. Yeah, half hour in, and I don't know what to talk about now. Come on, folks, give me something to talk about here. We gonna talk about movies all night? Christmas 740's out there. Evening, sir. trying to think of some of the movies I watched, and that's the problem with watching the old like B movies and stuff. You watch them, but you don't remember what the hell they were called. Like, yeah, I watched this, and binge watch all kinds of movies and you forget what you watched. Watched one called Blood Vessel, which was actually a pretty decent movie. Um, Survivors of a torpedoed Allied hospital ship come across the not as they're floating on in their life raft on the North Atlantic, come across an abandoned Nazi cargo ship, and bad things ensue from there. It, it is a horror movie. So it's pretty good. It's got the one of the. Uh, it's a vampire movie, but it's not your more classic like Dracula vampire movie. It's more of along the line of an old Slavic Russian movie. Yeah, I know about OBS, Ron. I haven't really played around with it too much, but I've got it. I've got OBS. Mainly when I'm playing around with OBS, I'm using it to do the virtual camera and stuff. But yeah, I know they got their own studio and everything. I just haven't played with it.
What you got, Shadow? I think was something else I've watched recently was. OBS is free. I mean, it doesn't. I don't believe it costs you anything to use it. It doesn't cost me anything to use it. Again, I'm just like I said. I've mostly just been using it as a virtual camera. I haven't tried actually hosting anything using it. So. Oh, good. Speaking of, it just popped up wanting to update. Something to do a live stream with. Yeah, I've just been using Rumble Studio because it's free. Shadow? No.
And it's fairly simple once you get the hang of it to set up and use. StreamYard's really easy, but my God, they want to they're charging way too much anymore for that. If I'd have kept StreamYard, I'd went from $25 a month to $45 a month. And I can't afford that right now. Rumble Studio is 100% free. You just gotta have a Rumble account. Yeah, I don't know if StreamYard still has their free version, but you're limited to like 6 people on screen at a time. You got their watermark and a bunch of other stuff on the screen at one time. You can't do like custom backgrounds and stuff on there.
with the free version, stuff like that. Try to remember. There's a couple other limitations you have with the free version of StreamYard too, if they even still have the free. I haven't been on StreamYard other than to do Gary's show and whatnot. So Gary paid like a year in advance before the price increase. I didn't have the money at the time to do that, so I had to find an alternative. So far, this is the best one I've come up with. Yeah, I don't know how. Like I said, I haven't played with OBS, so I'm not sure how it would work with adding people to your stream and stuff. So I can't really comment too much on that. Yeah, YouTube live stream sucks. YouTube live stream was really nice back when it was integrated with Google Hangouts. That's what everybody used back in the day. Fluffy 10mm Jeep guy out there, evening to you, sir. Patriot says he hasn't been on a live in a long time. I think there's too many weirdos in the chats. Yeah, maybe. You got people out there in the chats wanting to watch midget tossing and stuff. And it wasn't me that said it, Ron. I'm not sure how. Like I said, I haven't played with OBS Studio, with the streaming side of it. So yeah, I couldn't tell you. With the old Hangouts, you could get up to 10 people in there. I think we actually could get more than that. I'm trying to remember what the hell was the Hangouts limit. Was it 10 or was it more than that? Or was that? I'm trying to remember. There was one we could get up to like 20 people, and I forget what the hell one that one was. I don't know if that was the one that Night Strike was playing around with. But, yeah, OBS, I'm not sure how many people can get in OBS. If somebody said it was 15, it wasn't me with OBS. Maybe somebody else you watch maybe may have said that. Yeah. Nature says, hey, wait, I resemble that remark. Obviously, about when I was talking about people out in the chat talking about, wanting to watch midgets getting thrown around and stuff. Uh, yeah, I couldn't tell you, man. I couldn't tell you. Like I said, I haven't tried streaming directly from OBS, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many different sources you can go to with OBS either. Like with Rumble Studio, I could stream to multiple places at one time. Like right now, I got this going to Rumble, YouTube, X. If I wanted to, I could have it going to Facebook as well. Locals, I could have it streaming to my locals if I ever finish setting that up at the same time. So yeah, there's a lot of I don't know how that would work with OBS. Like I said, I haven't played around with OBS other than to set up a virtual camera. That's it. So, Patriot says midget tossing is a fine pastime. Yeah, I get what you're saying about the 15 people on the live stream, but honestly, when you start getting that many people in a live stream, because I know there was one that we had a whole lot of people in the one time, and it was just mass confusion. People couldn't get a word in edgewise with everything. Yeah, there is supposed to be a way to edit. I'm trying to remember. I think you just go to the page and kind of trying to. I don't know. Honestly, Patriot, I haven't tried editing anything. So yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. Oh, that okay. I see where. Let me see. Edit. Yeah. I don't know if you can edit the title. I don't think you can edit the title on at least on live stream. Hmm. So I'm trying to see if I'm looking at my content page on there, seeing if there's a way to. Because you click edit. Yeah, if you're talking about something you've already uploaded, you go to your my content page and you can edit stuff there. Like you click on your channel logo up there in the upper right hand corner if you're on your computer. On phone, I don't know how to tell you. If you're on phone, I don't know what to tell you there because I've never used it on my phone. But just looking at what I'm looking at now, you go up to the on Rumble's page. You go to the click on your channel icon up there in the top right hand corner. Go to my content, and that'll bring up all your stuff. And then you'll have three dots. Basically, you have a rectangle of what your content is. You have three dots in the bottom right corner. Click it, click edit, and then you can edit your titles and stuff there. If it's something you've already uploaded and you want to change the title, if that's what you were talking about. Ron says that OBS Studio, you can do Rumble, YouTube, X, and Facebook all at the same time. If you can multicast, I mean, they said I haven't played with it, so I can't really speak on it. I may play with it at some point, but with everything that's been going on, I just haven't filled up the playing around trying anything else right now.
I know, like a couple of weeks ago, you mentioned something about it too, Ron. But yeah, I just haven't played around with it. I haven't had the procedure of my eyes, and then the stuff going on with my wife and everything. I just haven't been in the mood to try and play around with the new something new. Oh, what? Okay, you lost me there, Patriot. Oh, have I had anything deleted on YouTube? Oh, just one video a long time ago. I had one. I've had one episode of a show deleted by YouTube. That's it. No, two. I've had two deleted. Two live streams have been deleted. Which I'm surprised I haven't had more. Let's be honest. I am surprised I haven't had more deleted. I'm surprised that I haven't had some episodes of the wrestling show when I was doing that deleted by YouTube, to be perfectly honest. Because there were some subjects that probably and language that probably could have got us in trouble over there on that channel. Ooh, hopefully nothing serious, Ron. Catch you later, man. Have a good night. What else we got to talk about? We've talked about movies and the disaster that the new Snow White is. We've talked about OBS a little bit. Talked about Rumble a little bit. And how Rumble hates blind people. Well, at least Patriot anyway. Rumble seems to hate Patriot.
I know we talked about other stuff. Oh yeah, different types of movies. That's what we were talking about, not just the current state of Hollywood, but the old B movies and stuff like that. That's right. I went back and looked at the chat. It's what happens when I'm the only one in here. It starts running out of steam. We've been going for almost an hour now. Jeez. And it wasn't because I went on a rant about Hollywood fires or Los Angeles fires for an hour. Like I did that one night. Seriously, trying to think of something else to talk about here, folks. Help me out here. Yeah, Jacob just got himself another firearm this week. He said a Heritage Rough Rider 22 long rifle, 22 mag after taxes. Same news, new one without taxes. Yeah, I got one of those with both the 22 long rifle and the 22 mag cylinders. The price you pay for them, they're a nice little handgun. You know, nice fun toy to take to the range, play around with. Mine seems to be a little bit more accurate with 22 mag than 22 long rifle, but I've heard the same thing from other people. Like Budget Guns and Gear reviews back in the day when he was still doing videos said the same thing. His is more accurate with 22 mag than 22 long rifle. I'm not saying it's a huge difference in accuracy, but the group seems to be a little bit tighter with 22 Magnum than with 22 long rifle. I don't mind. And Picture says he just bought a brand new toilet today. We gonna get? Are you gonna be like P11 and do a review of it, Patriot? Patriot in the Dark do a tabletop review of his new toilet. Yeah. Oh, another auction, huh? You spend a lot of money at them gun auctions, man. You got the American flag grips on it. Cool. I just got the standard wood grips on mine. I haven't gotten anything new. Don't really have the money to right now. Well, wherever Patriot bought the toilet from, he says he hate blind. They also hate blind people. Had them on the top shelf. How are you supposed to check out a toilet if you're blind and are on the top shelf? As for a stepladder, Jacob says his Rough Rider's immaculate, looks brand new, and already has 150 rounds to it. I never did look to see if anybody was watching on Rumble. There were some people watching. I get a lot of replay views on Rumble. Right now, everybody is watching live is on YouTube. Well, it says there's one person on Rumble, but they haven't said anything. Went back, scrolled back through the chat and checked. One thing though, if you're shopping for a new toilet, they're probably going to frown upon trying to test it in store. Don't do that. Just because they may have one set up, don't actually try testing it out. That's bad, okay? There's your Mr. Mackey impression for the night. Wife's been watching a lot of South Park, so you have to forgive me. What was the last firearm I picked up? The lower for my Valkyrie, my 224 Valkyrie. I haven't gotten one in a while. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the lower for my 224 Valkyrie AR build. Patriot says he just got a SIG P938. Chris said his last gun he got was a Ross Martin RM1S. Patriot says when you go to a local gun shop, you can't leave without at least one. Man, I've left the local gun shop lots of times without one. Much to my consternation. Nope, did not see that, Jacob. Jacob asked if saw Demolition Ranch's sale day video. Nope. Jacob says he's getting rid of 25% of his collection.
That's a lot of guns. Whatever else he's selling. He's got a lot of shit. But as Clover likes to say, Demo Ranch hates kids. So man, just really so. We talked a lot about 22 tonight, and Clover hasn't showed up. Chris says he put a poll out on 4 guns he wants to buy this year, and the G-Force Saddlehorn 357 is tied with the CZ Nocturne FS. So he's letting his subscribers pick the first gun. I'd go with the CZ myself. Patriot says he needs someone to make a pirate treasure map of an island shaped like a skull with an X. Any takers? I have no artistic skills when it comes to drawing whatsoever, Patriot. Chris clarifies that he's putting all 4 on the list, but he's going to end up buying all 4 of them at some point. Oh, might be cutting this one short tonight. I don't know if I can go another 50 minutes. So somebody else has popped in. Barbecue. How long you been hitting there?
About 30 seconds.
Okay.
Yep.
Wonder,
So what is happening? You sound like you're floundering.
Huh?
Said it sounds like you're floundering.
What else is new?
Where's Gary?
I don't know. Faust ain't here either. Usually one of them two are here.
Right? We should call in a red flag on Gary. Make sure he's okay.
welfare check.
Whatever you want to call it.
Oh, red flag, something different. I don't know if we don't want to get his guns taken from him now. Come on now.
Gary will listen to this and replay, be like, "What the fuck?" You can just hear him now. Not cool, John. Not cool.
He's like, I thought we were friends, man.
Right?
Jacob's asking, what card games do y'all usually play when things get slow around the house? I don't know the last time I played a card game.
It's no fun to play strip poker with yourself. Well, with my eyesight, it's not fun to play strip poker anyways. Because, like, if you're doing really well and you know that she's nude across from you and you can't tell, it still kind of sucks.
Well, you could always say you got to do. You're playing Braille strip poker, and you got to feel to see what's going on.
Yeah, it only works for the areolas, though.
Yeah, maybe.
And it's got to be cold.
Yep.
Then they ask me what their nipple reading says, and I don't know. I'm illiterate.
Mm-hmm. Patriot says, chicken. Oh, you said card, not car.
Well, I thought you said car at first, and then you finished reading the sentence and said around the house. I was like, oh, okay, it must have been card.
Yeah, card. Sorry if I
Although
didn't pronounce the D.
board games are a lot of fun for me. Just because I tend to win board games most of the time. So then when you're accused of cheating, when the only thing you did was like roll the dice or something and everybody else moved your pieces, you get to point out to them like you move my token around the board. If there was any cheating done, it was done by you. And then if I benefited from that, it's your fault. Wait, hell, half the time I've just got to trust that they're telling me I actually rolled what I rolled.
And think of it this way too. I mean, if you're playing Trivial Pursuit, they can't accuse you of reading all the cards before you played the game.
Yep.
Silver lining to everything, folks, I guess.
I feel like you should send a link to Patriot. We have not had him on any live streams in a very long time.
He said he hasn't done any lives because there's too many weirdos in the chats.
That's true, there is.
Mm-hmm. I don't even know if his email's the same. Oops. Get out of there. Yahoo changed how their email works.
I hate when they do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I didn't like it when they would change it, that is, when I could see. And then when they change stuff after that, and that goes for like anywhere I go. Like our Walmart last year remodeled like the whole place. Might have been 2 years ago now, but I'm still trying to figure out where shit is in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad enough that like the clothing section it's quite literally a maze. Like there's some parts where you just come to and it's a dead end, and I'm like, oh, the frick. And I've got to turn around and it's a nightmare.
Yeah. Now I know Patriot has been on this show before. I know I have sent him emails before. His email is not showing up in my contacts list.
So that happened to me too. Like, I've actually got to type out all emails again. Like sending Gorn at gizzagary.com. Which, by the way, everybody should just do that right now. Just plug Gorn to Gary just to mess with him, and he'll be like, "Why the frick am I getting so much Gorn right now?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just in time for tomorrow night's show. So.
Yes, I didn't even think about that portion of it. That'd be even better, though.
Yeah. Now, Jacob's got another question. He wants to know, what targets do we usually use when we go to the range?
You going first, Rich?
Usually when we go to the range, we go to the local indoor range, and we just use whatever they have on hand. Usually it's like silhouettes and stuff like that.
So I like silhouette targets. However, I found the FBI silhouette targets with a blue person on it instead of the traditional black silhouette, and that helps me out immensely.
Yeah, that's usually what they have at our local indoor range when we go.
Oh, really? Yeah. Let's say most ranges that I ever went to, if they even had the FBI silhouette targets, they were just the black silhouette, not the blue. I would still like to find like a bright, vibrant green one. I did one time, but the price of them was just ridiculous. And honestly, since my vision loss, I prefer the silhouette targets just because I'm like, it's the size of a man. As long as I can hit that at, 15, 20 yards index shooting, I'm a happy camper.
Right.
There's always one flyer, though. Every frickin' time. I'm still saying it's going through just one of the other holes.
Mm-hmm. They also have the blue ones like that where it's the hostage target, too.
Really?
Uh-huh. I don't know if you've seen those or not. Yeah.
I have not. But I don't get to the range often enough, even though it's only like a little over a mile from my house. Because I could walk there, but US 27 is super friggin'. I shouldn't say super busy. Like there's times during the day where it's completely dead, but cars go through here at interstate speeds. So,
yeah, when we lived on my wife's grandmother's house, we also shot steel down there. But then that was our backyard, so you shoot whatever the hell you wanted, pretty much.
If my neighbors weren't placed where they are placed, I could definitely shoot in my backyard. It's just with where their houses are placed, if I did have a flyer, it's too risky.
Yeah. Jacob says,
at least if they came over and they're like, "You shot my house," I saw nothing. Don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Jacob saying he needs to practice pistol a lot more. He says he's getting 12-inch groups at 5 paces.
That's 15 feet.
Mm-hmm. 12-inch group at 15 feet. Yeah, that's what, 4.5 yards? No, wait, 15 feet. 3 yards.
3 yards.
Yeah, my brain is not functional.
What is he? What is that with all pistols, Jacob, or just one particular one? And if so, what is it?
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing.
Because if it's with one particular one, I'm almost wondering if there's a bad crown on the barrel or something.
Yeah, and at 3 yards, you can pretty much stick your arm out and be right up against the target.
I mean,
or 5 yards. Excuse me.
at 15 yards,
Yeah.
and again, index shooting for anybody that's watching currently or watches in the future or watching in the past. Don't know what kind of time travelers we might have out there. Index shooting it's just point and shoot. It's working off of muscle memory. It's not using your sights or anything. And theoretically, if you listen to a lot of trainers believe you should be able to index shoot out to 25 yards. I think that's a bit much, but
Yeah. He said it's with his Canic, and the group he's stringing them up and down.
all right. Next question is: are you rapid firing, or is this shot? Wait a second or two, reset. And when I say reset, that's making sure you're getting a good sight picture and everything else, and really taking your time with everything. Or are you just kind of pow, 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 pow? Still at 3 yards. Let's say he has a longer gait than most. We'll say then maybe he's pushing 4 feet per pace, which is quite a bit more, but just trying to give best that we can. Then that would move him out to 20 feet, which is pushing 7 yards at that point.
Yeah, still should be close, smaller than 12-inch.
Much, but
yeah. Unless there's something wrong with that Canic, but
that's what I'm really starting to wonder. Unless, like I said, he's just rapid firing and is not controlling muzzle rise well.
Right. I know I rapid fired my P10C, and I'm getting at 10 yards, and I'm getting within the A ring. It's like there's something.
And Jacob, none of these questions are meant to be like, oh, you suck at this. Just trying to figure out exactly what's happening, just so we can figure out if it's shooter or firearm, so we can give you better information.
Okay, he says it's rapid fire, and he's only taking it out to the range once. Stop rapid firing until you know how the gun's going to shoot.
Yeah.
First off, you want to take your time. Remember, with firearms, slow is fast.
Focus on the mechanics.
Focus on your mechanics. Make sure you got your sights lined up properly, and slowly pull the trigger and group your firearm. Make sure, don't just go out there as soon as you get it and start rapid firing it and think you're going to be, Annie Oakley. It's not going to work. You got to take your time with it, man.
Don't get me wrong, mag dumps are fun, but when you're trying to become proficient with a firearm, and that's any firearm, not just, once you feel like, oh, I'm proficient with this one, so I'm proficient with all. Every time you get a new gun, I don't care if you've got 3 Glock 19s and you just got a 4th Glock 19, that every one of those are going to shoot slightly different.
Yep.
It's just, each gun is its own thing. Now, are you going to be far off between each of those? No, but each one could have its own little quirk where you're like, oh, okay. So yeah, focus on the mechanics, like Rich said. Good sight picture. Make sure you're getting those sights lined up nicely. Make sure that your grip is really good. Make sure that you're getting nice and high up in the tang on the back strap there. And just slow down the shots.
Yeah, once you know how the gun's going to shoot, then you can start doing mag dumps and stuff with it, and you'll see your groups will probably improve even mag dumping it. But always get your fundamentals down first, with like John was just saying, with any new firearm. And
I
you'll
had
find you're not wasting as much money on ammo either.
yeah. Just more or less bench shooting handguns. I mean, I never really shot a handgun sitting on a bench, but just at the range, not doing any tactical drill crap or anything like that. I've always been a very, very good shot with handguns. Well, guns in general, but handguns especially for some reason. And there was one where I was like, this gun's a piece of crap. I can't hit the broadside of a barn with it. And I'll even say what it was. It was a SAR B6P. It was one of those Turkish CZ clones. And it was just all over the place. And I chalked it up to the gun. And I don't know, it was probably a year later. I, for some reason, was like, I'm going to take this out again. And when I went out, I was making sure that day to really focus on all my fundamentals and stuff. And that thing was a tack driver. And I realized, no, there wasn't anything wrong with the gun. It was simply that time, for whatever reason, I wasn't having good mechanics, things like that. I was sloppy. And, what I attributed to the gun was 100% shooter error. Like I said, that gun, just absolute tack driver. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, and everybody will have days like that where you'll just not be able to hit the broadside of a barn. It happens.
Oh, yeah.
Like when we went to range day at Goals, it didn't matter what I was picking up. Most of the guns, I couldn't hit the broadside of a barn that day. I don't know what it was, but I just could not hit anything. Like, what the hell?
But, and this kind of goes back to the point of, guns are different, things like that. Because again, this was a CZ75 clone, so it had the slide running inside the frame rails instead of on the outside. It's got a much lower bore axis. They're very comfortable guns, but with the way the frame is shaped, things like that, and then on top of that lower bore axis, it's just different. And so, being used to my 1911s, my revolvers, a couple other semi-autos that I do have that are more similar in grip frame to the 1911 and whatnot. Any of those bad habits that I was falling into, I had learned to compensate. But when you get into a gun that is that much more different, it really showed, like, oh, hey, you've become complacent and you need to focus on the basics again.
Jacob says he knows he needs more practice. Everybody needs practice, Jacob. We're not trying to pick on you or anything, so don't feel like that.
Yeah,
but
no.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, I mean, hell, I just outed myself, where I was like, yeah, I was a complacent idiot.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it happens. It just, but yeah. Always, first thing you always want to do when you get a new firearm is find out how it's going to group. Your sights might be off. Something you got. These are things you want to know when you get it. So take your time with any new firearm that you get, basically. And once you get that all in, yeah, then have fun. light the target up. But until that point, and like John said, make sure you got a proper grip and everything. So,
Yep. Mag dumps are fun, but I think bullseyes are funner.
mhm.
Mag dumps are like getting strange. Like every once in a while, you're like, woohoo, got some strange. But it's quick. It really means nothing. Doesn't matter. But when you find that one where you put in the work and the effort, you've been dating a while, and you have an all nighter or something, that's the bullseye. You're like, yeah.
When you get that one gun that you can rapid fire and put all the rounds in the X-ring, yeah, that's
Even better.
Yep.
That's the Great White Buffalo, though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's my model 627 right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing is accurate as hell.
And say that little FIE, like this is one of the things that I hate since my vision loss, and I realized like, oh yeah, it's been 7 years now. Well, 7 years in 7 years, whatever fucking long time it's been, something like that. In May, but yeah, we'd get together with buddies and we'd have competitions, stuff like that. And everybody would bring out whatever the hell they wanted, and like I would have buddies that would bring out like a 1022 with a scope on it, and I would outshoot them with this old FIE Tex 22. And with what I've learned over the years, those were actually like the grandfather to the Heritage Rough Rider. And that thing at 50 yards, I could shoot pop cans all day long and not miss. I mean, and people give shit about gutter sights and stuff like that. It has rear gutter sights. It's got a front blade that you can't change. And that thing, like I said, pop cans at 50 yards all day long, not a problem.
Yeah, I don't know if my Heritage Rough Rider would do that, or at least I might not be able to do it with it.
Like this thing is freaking incredible. But and like I said, that's why it kills me, is because I know I'm capable of stuff like that, but I can't do it anymore. Like I have to be satisfied with the index shooting at 15 yards on a man-sized silhouette target.
Right.
And I don't know, maybe that's part of the reason I don't go to the range as much, is just because on one hand, is it nice to go shooting? Of course. But at the same time, like I want to do that tack driving again, and I can't. It kind of blows.
Jacob's like, on a revolver at 50? Wow.
Oh yeah, that thing, freaking amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And here's one of the things about it: it's single action, so it forces you to slow down.
Right.
Gutter sights are going to force you to slow down. But man, that guy, especially with a 22 at 50 yards, like there's people that are like shooting quote long range with 22 at 50 to 100 yards with rifles, and I was able to do that with a single action revolver.
Defense dads out there, even you, sir.
Good evening. It's like, what the fuck? Barbecue's on the show? Where is he? Yeah, it only shows Rich's face.
Well, that's not even mine. That's the background. I don't have
Even
OBS
lamer.
on right now. Yeah. Question I have for Jacob: does he know what you're referring to by a gutter site? Some people he don't, and with him being new to firearms, he may not even know what that is.
Oh, that's true. I didn't even think about that. Oh, that's a video I need to make. What is a gutter site? Because I got that whole "What is a" series about firearms, and I never even thought about, what is a gutter sight, or what is a buckhorn, or what is a dovetail. That's a whole other thing I can do with that.
Mm-hmm.
That means I got to do more work again. God dang it! I blame you, Rich.
He says same sites as on the Heritage, right? Depends on which Heritage, because there are Heritage Rough Riders that do have target sites. But the gutter site's basically the same site as what would be on your base model Heritage Rough Rider. Basically, it's a groove that goes through the top strap of the revolver. And Patriot still insists that sights are a fad.
They are. Like, I don't use them anymore.
What the hell is going on here?
What the fuck? He heard we were going to call in a red flag.
Uh-oh. Gizzard.
Did I hear Pamela Bondi was on here or what?
No.
Pamela Blondie, whatever the hell her name is.
Defense Desk says he was out on a photo walk this evening.
Very nice. Did you take the new camera out?
John was wanting to call in a red flag on you, Gary. I was like, what the heck?
We had to check on you.
He didn't text
Rich
me.
said.
Moo
Rich said,
texted
"Well,
me. Moo texted me. He says, Rich and Barbecue are talking about you. It's like,
at least
good or
Moo's a
bad?
narc."
Right? Which means he's lurking out there somewhere. Doesn't even have enough.
No, it doesn't necessarily mean that. Not at all.
He could be, jumping in here.
He don't do live streams anymore. I don't know.
He's always banging his wife and hanging out with his kids. I mean, who can blame him?
Well, at least he's got that the right way.
Jesus.
I didn't even say anything bad. I might have inferred it, but I didn't say
Well,
it.
you strongly inferred it.
It's called innuendo, folks. The art of innuendo.
God. There was an episode of South Park Amy was watching earlier where Cartman kept saying that his mom was fucking him because she wouldn't buy him this, that, and the other.
Oh my God, yeah.
And ends up on Dr. Phil, and everybody thinks that he's literally saying his mom's fucking him. He's like, Dr. Phil asks him, when was the last time your mother fucked you? And he's like, in Best Buy. She fucked me in Best Buy. Lost it.
Isn't that the one where he ends up like acting like the Catch Me Outside girl?
No, it's the one where he fakes that he has the iPod or the iPad when the iPad first came out.
Yeah.
And they do the parody of Human Centipede where
Yep.
Apple makes the human centipod.
I just remember there was an episode where Cartman went on Dr. Phil and was acting like the Catch Me Outside girl.
Oh, man. One yesterday was that she was watching was the superhero series, the Coon and Friends ones.
That's a good one.
You realize just how evil Cartman is watching that. He's looking Cthulhu straight dead in the eye and not going insane.
I don't remember that part.
Oh yeah, he's looking Cthulhu straight dead in the eye. He is literally standing on Cthulhu's head, looking him straight freaking in his eyes and not freaking out. Now, anybody who knows anything about Lovecraft, you're not supposed to be able to do that unless you are an elder evil. Cartman was doing it. It was like, oh shit. Just how evil is that kid?
Evil enough.
How evil was he?
I like the one where they are doing the parody for it, and all the kids come back together because Kenny died, but they're adults now, and Cartman's converted to Judaism, and Kyle's just like blowing a gasket over the whole thing. That's a great one.
This is before my time.
What, Judaism? You are pretty old.
Yeah. I am. Totally.
Gary was around when Mayans were rolling heads down temples.
In Coon and Friends, how many of the kids actually had superpowers?
12.
I think 6.
2 of them. Only 2.
Wait, real superpowers or?
Yeah, real superpowers. 2 of them. Kenny.
Yep.
And then there was the kid that's the fat goth girl's little brother.
Oh, yeah.
He can fly and do some other stuff.
So I got something to share with you, Rich.
Well, what's that?
A dick.
Are you ready?
I don't know.
Told you it's going to be a dick. Big old chicken dick.
Not quite that bad. This is an old copy of our local newspaper here from 1980.
Do I got to hit present?
As soon as I share it. And then I want you to tell me if you know who this is.
Oh, shit. It's going to be Rich's mom.
You can barely see the picture.
I can make it bigger.
Is that Vern Gagne or somebody? No.
Huh?
No. Who is that?
Got some on you. Is that what you said?
No, I said Vern Gagne or something, but I don't know. Dion is. I can't tell. Somebody who's a champion. Dick Murdoch. Okay.
Dick Murdoch will meet Bobby Jaggers in the main event of the All-Star Wrestling card. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. That's pretty sweet.
Let's see who else is on the card. Bulldog Bob Brown and Japanese wrestler Takachiho. Along with Pak Song. Ooh. A man and woman wrestling as a team? Wow. How much for tickets? That doesn't say. See,
Probably not much.
We had cool stuff back in our day.
Mm-hmm.
We had Dick Murdoch.
Told you it was going to be a dick.
It was a dick.
It
totally was.
Wrong.
I found that today. It's like, I got to show that to Rich. He knows who all these 19,846 wrestlers are.
Didn't his grandson die?
Hmm?
Dick Murdoch's grandson, Trevor, didn't he die recently? Well, a couple years ago.
Not that I know of. Last I knew, he was wrestling in NWA.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
I'm thinking of somebody else then.
His tag team partner is dead. The one.
Oh, maybe that's what I was thinking.
NWA.
Yeah, his tag team partner from WWE.
In music?
Huh?
I said NWA, isn't that a musical group?
Different NWA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, these ones don't have attitude.
Yeah.
By these ones, I mean wrestlers. Jesus Christ. Because I already know somebody's going to twist that.
No, Dick Murdoch would have been the one to twist it.
Twisting the night away.
No, he was known to wear a hood. Let's put it that way.
So, anyways,
What? What?
I don't know. You missed it earlier, Gary. We were talking about B movies.
Which ones? Some I'd seen, or
Well, we were talking about having watched them, but nobody could remember any of the names.
well, that's helpful as hell.
Yeah, the one we came up with a name for was Motel Hell. But yeah, but we were talking about going to the drive-in, like how you can watch like a bunch of the old B movies that they show in the drive-in on streaming services and stuff now.
yep.
When I lived down in Austin, they actually had an adult drive-in.
Oh, that'd be weird.
Yeah,
It's very weird.
They give it a whole new meaning to Tea Party.
I'm gonna say that brings a whole new meaning to big boobies. Drive-in size screen. God.
At least you couldn't be Pee Wee Herman in a drive-in.
Have some window tint on your car.
Or at least hope that everybody else has window tint on theirs.
Yeah, that too.
I wonder if they had hand lotion at the concession stand. And
I'm not
tissue.
sure I'd want to go up to the concession stand.
You can get a complimentary bottle of KY with your ticket.
What, that had to be a total sausage fest.
Uh-huh.
Could you imagine taking a date to an unsuspecting thing like that? It's like, what are we going to watch, honey?
Backdoor Sluts 9.
Double feature.
Let's take the kids to the drive-in.
3 minutes later, the guy's like, okay, you ready to go? It's not even through the previews yet. Wife's still wondering what the hell you're going to watch.
Why are you taking your pants off? Well, it's hot in here. Oh, bloody my.
Alrighty then.
Already what?
I don't know.
You're the one that's talking about adult movies, not me.
Hey, you're the one that brought that up,
Hey.
buddy.
Pervert.
Yeah, so look what happens as soon as Gary comes in here.
No,
There's a dick pic for you there. Even his name is naughty. Dick Van Dyke.
Yeah. Remember, Van means of. So, yeah.
So the Dick of Dykes?
Uh-huh.
So he's
That's
rubbery.
right.
Not necessarily a strap-on.
Close enough.
That old fucker's still alive.
He is.
Mm-hmm.
Like 100 years old or so.
Why isn't my avatar showing?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know either.
Is it a
I
dick?
don't know.
It is not a dick. However, it was a zebra with its dick out.
So Defense Dad took his new $high camera with him, huh?
Apparently.
The Camp Snap. That inspires me. I'm going to have to take my Instax out and take some pictures with that now.
You should.
Yes, I really do have one. It takes pretty crappy pictures, but it still works. Believe it or not, I took a picture of George last year with it. So. Sarah was into those things at one time. She ended up giving it to me, and I played with it a little bit. Kind of reminds you of the old Polaroids, except half the size.
We got one of them old Polaroids around here somewhere.
Can you still find the Polaroid film anymore? Because
they were still making it. But
the Instax stuff is kind of like a hobby. I don't know what people do with it. Scrapbook maybe or something. I don't know, but
I don't know if it's still available, but a couple years ago they had it on Amazon and whatnot still.
That'll challenge your photography skills. It's going back to something like that.
Mm-hmm.
With a viewfinder that's
Mm-hmm.
man, and you got to watch the parallax on that because it's awful. So you're better off just lining it up with your face. And the lighting is hit or miss. You'll either have too much or not enough. So yep, they'll bring back all your skills. You learn
Mm-hmm.
over the years. We've learned to have cameras, phones, and everything that do all the work for you and make automatic adjustments and crap like that.
Yep.
Cameras didn't used to do that shit, folks.
Nope.
You had to
Nope.
get a light meter out and figure that shit out,
Yep.
or you wouldn't have any pictures at all. And this was on film, so you didn't get a second chance.
Oh, once you hit that shutter button, whatever was there was there.
24 frames or 36 or whatever you loaded onto the roll, that's it. You're done. When will you get to see them? Hour or two later, if you have a lab.
Mm-hmm.
No, if it's black and white, it's pretty easy to process all that yourself.
Oh,
I mean, you just need a bathroom with a air vent in it.
yeah, you still got to have the equipment and everything, and of course the chemicals, and then printing the prints takes a while too if you're going to print prints.
Yeah, but I mean, I say it's easy to do. Just they make stuff where you can just buy the chemicals now and whatnot, and literally do it in your bathroom if you really wanted.
Well, that's basically at the high school. They took a well, it was the old high school that was no longer used, and we used it for additional classrooms. And one of the classrooms had a big coat closet in the back, and they made that into a dark room.
Yep, that's what ours was. It
Painted
was
the
in
windows black.
Yep.
Put a sink in it.
The ninth grade science room had basically a storage closet that had a sink in it. No windows or anything. That became the dark room at the high school.
Although we found out if we went back there, if nobody was around, you could crack that window a little bit and smoke back there. But hopefully nobody was developing anything while you were doing that. But.
Yeah.
Yeah, after you'd done that a while, because if we took photography class, you could develop that film pretty easy, get it spun up in the canister. And yeah, we might take a shortcut or two. But yeah, we had the timer, we had the big thing where we could blow up the prints and stuff. It was pretty cool, actually.
Going back to Polaroid, you guys remember in the 90s when they came out with the Polaroid that folded and it would catch the pictures for you and it was about the size of a damn brick?
I don't remember that. I do remember at one time you had to put this coating on them or something like that to protect them. It's kind of like a wax crayon or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Then after a while, they got to be automatic. They did that for you, so you didn't have to do that shit no more.
Yeah, the folding one, it didn't use the same film as the regular Polaroid. It was more rectangular instead of like a square shape. It was more elongated. The pictures from it.
We should have an Instax photo contest. Let Barbecue be the judge, since he's a professional photographer.
I'm just a professional schmuck. I still say I should have, instead of calling it blind guy photography, I should have called it blind squirrel photography.
Jeez, Jacob's out there pitching, he's shelling for a race or something now.
Yeah.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah.
The Brickyard.
The Shell Eco Marathon Americas competition.
What the hell is that?
I have no idea.
They're going to run a bunch of electric cars?
I have no idea what that is. Is that the one where you got to build a car that'll go so far or some shit? Like the solar power car competition or some nonsense like that. But
Shell Eco Marathon. Let's see. Energy efficient competitions.
Yeah, the cars go like 5 miles an hour.
Oh, these are funky looking cars, man. They look like almost like the Pinewood Derby cars we would have made.
Mm.
I remember when my kids ran Pinewood Derby, I had so much fun because they would never make their own cars. And it's like, you make my car for me? It's like, oh, hell yeah.
Well, yeah, you knew you were competing against 30 other dads.
Of course.
I had to make my own car. So.
And you always knew which kid did actually make their own car.
Yeah, because it looked like shit.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
No, I had this thing painted up, racing stripes, numbers on it. I even put a windshield in it, and I photoshopped my son's face in there actually driving the car, which he thought was cool as hell. No illegal weights or anything. He took second place. Space Derby was fun too. Did you guys do Space Derby?
No, we didn't do Space Derby.
Oh, those were fun where you had the little wind up propeller thing.
Mm-hmm. We did CO2 racers in middle school. Basically Pinewood Derby, but the car has a hole in the back and you put a CO2 cartridge.
Mm-hmm.
And then you pop it and see how fast your car goes.
We never had ours. Ours were just gravity races. But yeah, it's funny to watch shows because all the fathers would be there with their kids, and kids, they didn't know anything about the cars, and the parents, they were all into it. So this is obviously a father competition.
Mm-hmm.
Jacob went to Europe. Wow.
Yeah, apparently as part of that competition, he said they built one of those cars when he was in high school or something.
Well, that was
Your
just
dad must have been really good.
that's just 5 years ago for Jacob. Well, a little more than that.
Yeah. He's saying about not the Pinewood Derby. He's talking about that Eco Challenge thing.
Oh,
Yeah, I wish we'd have had Soapbox Derby where you actually got to build real cars you could ride in. That would have been fun as hell.
Shit, in Pittsburgh, we think with all the hills we would have, but we didn't have any Pinewood Derby there. Or not Pinewood Derby, the Soapbox Derby.
Used to watch that on TV all the time, though. Usually the Wide World of Sports would cover it or something like that. They'd cover every obscure sport there was.
Mm-hmm. So did ESPN back in the day.
now you have to watch the Ocho.
I'm talking pre-ESPN.
I know.
I'm talking 70s.
I know all about Wide World of Sports.
I didn't realize they had television in the 1870s. Damn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, back when you were
The
just
thrill of victory
a
and the
spawn.
agony of defeat.
Followed by what? Do you remember?
Unsolved Mysteries.
Wrong channel.
It's hosted by Kurt Gowdy, if that helps you any.
Inside Baseball.
No.
No? I don't know.
No, it was actually him.
Rescue 911.
It featured him and various athletes out doing shooting sports
Oh.
called the American Sportsman. But he'd have like star athletes and stuff. They'd be out, goose hunting and stuff like that. It's pretty
Who
cool.
the hell was it that was on Inside Baseball?
That was Mel Allen.
Yeah. They used to play that constantly in Three Rivers when you were there for a baseball game. It was always on.
Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. I used to love to watch that.
Mm-hmm.
Because back then, you didn't get maybe one, you got a game of the week on Saturdays usually. It's about the only baseball you saw on TV. Your local team, hardly ever. Let's say we're in, playoffs or the World Series. So, but that was it. So, you'd watch This Week in Baseball. Maybe you'd see your team in the highlights and stuff. So,
Yeah, if you wanted baseball during the week, you were listening to the radio.
Listening to the radio. I mean, you might see pictures of them in the paper, probably. Box scores, of course. But, oh, yeah, we listen to radio all the time. That's how Royals game every night. We were sitting out on the back porch. Transistor radio would be out there. We had the ball game on.
Yeah.
You betcha.
I used to get in trouble because I had a little transistor radio that I would put underneath my pillow. I'd listen to when going to the Pirates game instead of going to sleep.
Kids did that all the time. Just about every boy did that back in the 50s, 60s, 70s. Yeah.
Heck, into the early 80s.
Oh, yeah. I still listen to a ball game on the radio every once in a while. Well, with what it costs to watch the games on TV, you got to buy a sports package or something like that. So I imagine a lot of people are going back to radio. And on Sundays, if the Chiefs were home, well, the Chiefs sucked back then, so they didn't sell out their home games. So they were very rarely on TV unless they were on the road. So, yeah, we'd listen to those on radio too.
Yeah. That's the nice thing in Pittsburgh. The Steelers always sold out the stadium. So the games were always on TV. No blackouts.
Yeah, and considering how big Three Rivers was back in the day, that was a pretty decent feat.
Mm-hmm.
Bigger than just about every stadium today. So ballparks today really aren't that. 50,000 is a good sized ballpark now.
Mm-hmm.
Not back in the day. Hell, Cleveland, shit, they could have easily seated, 70,000? They never did because they sucked too back in the day. I say, it didn't matter how bad the Royals were going to be, they probably weren't going to be last in the American League. So. Oh, yeah, I watch Pirates all the time. Every year for a number of years, it's either Pirates or Baltimore, one or the other, winning the World Series. I didn't actually go to a ball game till I was 18 years old.
I went to quite a few baseball games when I was a kid.
Well, I was a good 2 hours away from the sports complex, so that wasn't something Dad did.
Yeah. Well, I didn't pay to get into any of them. When I was in elementary school, they had these standardized tests in Pittsburgh called MAP test, monitoring achievement in Pittsburgh. If you got a good score on them, you got 2 free tickets to a Pirate game. And it was like every half quarter they did these tests to test students' progress through the grades, and I was getting the tickets. Like spring and fall, it would be Pirate games that you would get tickets to. Then in winter, it would either be Steelers or Penguins games. So I was going to football games, baseball games, hockey games from doing well on those tests.
If you can imagine greater Kansas City being on the Kansas Missouri line and all that, the sports and there's a big loop, 470 basically, 435, 470 that goes around Kansas City, as most big cities have a loop.
Mm-hmm.
And on the far east side of that loop, where 435 and I-70 met, is where the Truman Sports Complex is. So visualize it at the far east end of the KC metro area.
Right.
So literally have to come through Kansas, go all the way around Kansas City to the other side to get to a ball game.
Yeah, when I was in elementary school, we just walked down the street. Literally, we were like 10, 15-minute walk from the stadium when I was a kid.
Still remember the first ball game. It was a Royals game. They were playing the California Angels back when they were the California Angels.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Well,
Gary,
Hmm?
weird question for you. Where it shows the panelists, does it show me first or you first?
Shows Rich first on my list.
Oh, okay, because
And
on
then
mine,
you and I'm clear on the far right.
on mine it shows me first. So with the avatars just going off of the first letter, it spells tug.
Yours actually has a avatar on it. I didn't put an avatar on mine because
Oh, it's showing on yours? Lame.
Yeah.
Is it the zebra?
I see yours. I see Rich's. It's your normal Guns and Barbecue logo.
That's even weirder. I say there's nothing showing on mine like
I
that.
was going to put mine on, but A, I couldn't remember how, and B, it doesn't matter because nobody's going to see it anyway.
Yeah,
Yep.
that doesn't show you on screen unless you have your camera on.
Yeah, first game I ever saw, the pitcher was this guy by the name of Nolan Ryan. We lost. It's fun though, but yeah, he beat us pretty bad. He was pretty dominating back in the late 70s. Well, several years after that, but
Ozzy said his first game was his Little League All-Star team got to go to a Cardinals game. They saw Bob Gibson pitch.
a lot of people don't remember that Nolan Ryan was on 69 Mets, so he was around a long time.
Yeah, he was.
He's 69 to all the Mets. That's
Mm-hmm.
dedication.
Mm-hmm. God, I don't even remember my first baseball game.
If we went, we'd all, well, other than going and seeing the Sea-Wolves in Erie, which is AA affiliate for the Detroit Tigers, for any, MLB games, my parents, when they would take us to an MLB game, it was always Pirates versus the Indians. Then years ago, before my children's mother turned into the thing that she did, for Mother's Day, I got her tickets to go see the Indians on Mother's Day because she's a diehard Cleveland fan, which, I mean, like, the Indians, terrific. The Browns, like, sometimes I felt like I was sports competent.
I was about to say, how did you go see the Pirates play the Indians without it being the World Series? But then I remembered you're young enough where you probably were able to go see interleague play.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, he is young. I forget. Yeah, back in my day, there was no interleague play.
Yeah,
in
mine
the
either.
World Series.
Yeah, the World Series was it.
Yep. And they didn't have wild card teams either back then. I don't think.
Nope.
Just
I
had
kind
two
of wish
divisions.
they would go back to that. And like, if you wanted interleague play, it's only one game, or well, for baseball, one series per year. That is interleague for each team.
G-Web's out there. Evening G-Webs.
Well, it did open up. Interleague play did open up some interesting regional rivalries. I mean, getting to play the Cardinals twice a year is kind of fun. Of course, getting to play them in the 85 series was fun too, but not if you're from St. Louis. They still have a grudge over that for some reason.
G-Web's asked, did he win in on Two-Way Matters? No, Jacob did.
I was dating a gal who lived out by St. Louis, and she told me her mom was a big Cardinals fan. And so I still had a copy of the sports page the day after the Royals won the World Series. And so, of course, I had to get that out and show her. And of course, all I heard was, he was out at first base. God damn it. Which it didn't matter. There's only one out time. They failed to mention this. It wouldn't have got him out of the inning. I watched that entire World Series on a black and white TV.
Should have sat in front of it. It would have been a lot easier to see.
Little 12-inch black and white TV, because that's all I owned.
My
Yes,
parents.
we watched black and white TVs back in the day,
Yeah,
and
I
lived
had
to
a
tell about it.
I had a 20-inch black and white TV in my bedroom. Used to
Just
watch Pirates, Steeler games, Penguin games on that.
you just dealt with it. It wasn't that big a deal.
No, my parents weren't into sports, so I'd go watch it in my bedroom on on the black and white.
Oh, my parents were. Dad was way more of a Chiefs fan than he was Royals, but he liked them both.
If I wanted to watch sports on Keller TV, I had to go to my grandparents' house or one of my friends' houses.
Of course, one time I took my dad to a Royals game. We had upper deck tickets, and they were clear up the top of the nosebleeds, back between home plate and first base.
Mm,
They were high enough that the vendors didn't come up that high. If you wanted anything, you had to go down and meet them about halfway up because they weren't coming all the way up there.
mm.
Hot dog here. Get your hot dog. Big juicy hot dog like your mama likes it.
Cold Coors beer here.
Cold beer, get your Iron City beer. Yeah,
Peanuts.
peanut popcorn.
Oh, they'd throw the peanuts. That was fun as hell. They would throw the peanuts.
You get like a little lunch baggie full of peanuts thrown at you.
Mm-hmm. Go to the restroom and get in the trough line.
So that's what today's youth is missing.
Mhm.
Pissing in a trough.
Yeah, about 30 people wide. Yeah.
The
Learn
Steeler
about
game.
some other dude's piss splashing
The
on you.
Yellow River. Yep.
Yep.
In the 70s and 80s, you'd go to a Steeler game or a Pirates game, and there was a polka band playing in the stadium.
Yeah, back then they had a speaker in the restrooms where you could hear the radio call while you were in there. Now they've got TVs and stuff like that. We didn't have anything
Mhm.
fancy like that back then.
Three Rivers had little TVs.
All I know is you could get out on a concourse and there was a concrete barrier there, and you could see people walking down below, and people chuck stuff at them and stuff like that. So. Paper cups and stuff like that go flying all the time.
Three Rivers, you could go to the pitching cages where you basically could see how fast you could throw a baseball, or you could go to the batting cages. They had batting cages inside the stadium too.
See,
So
back
while you're
then
listening-
you could go to where the pitchers were warming up and stuff like that, and you could yell at them and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Bullpens.
Yep. Go away, kid.
One time I had general admission tickets and I was sitting pretty close to the foul pole. Boy, that's a mess if a ball comes down there. You never seen people fight so much for a
Mhm.
silly baseball. And they fly weird when they're coming down there too. What's weird is you're sitting that far from home plate, there's a distinct sound difference from what you see the ball hit the bat, and it's like half a second later when you hear the crack.
Right.
It's bizarre.
Mm-hmm. It was like that anytime in Three Rivers. I mean, you'd see the swing, and then you would hear after the fact. It was like
Then if
delayed
you're in the
reaction.
upper deck and you're trying to track a foul ball and it looks like it's going straight up for a second, then it gets bigger and bigger, and it's like, here
Yep.
it comes. Shit. You can't tell.
Nope.
Ah, it's coming right for us. I almost caught a foul ball at the Seawolves game one time. Guy behind me hit my glove right when I was catching it, knocked it out. I was pissed.
When I had season tickets to the Chiefs back in '80, they sucked bad enough that I sat close enough you could just hear people yelling at the coaches and the players and stuff. Like, it's awful what people would yell. Back in the Marv Levy era. It's amazing he went on to be a great coach after that, because boy, did he suck in Kansas City.
Hey, some people are meant to play, some people are meant to teach.
Yep, Jacob S. has had that, so
Oh, I
catch
see
you
how
later,
it-
Jacob.
Well, it's 10 o'clock. He's got to get his
After you win
booze.
all the prizes, he decides to leave. Thanks,
I
Jake.
know, right?
They quit telling him he won something. I didn't give anything away.
Yeah, you did. Your soul.
Yeah.
And you said you're going to send him dick pics.
And I
Yeah,
got
no, I
his
didn't.
address. So.
Gary's the one with the dick pics. I already got Jacob's address.
Still waiting for him to show us the one he calls Cheney.
Everybody has Jacob's address.
Right?
He wins from everybody. So, yeah, everybody knows his address.
Oh, my goodness. Can you imagine when I was giving away a knife or something every month on the barbecue show, and then that got you a chance at the end of the year at like the big giveaway? How many friggin' entries Jacob would have had if he would have been watching my channel?
Yeah, but he's in high school back then, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's probably what,
This was years
3
ago.
years ago?
Yeah, he would have been making eco cars back then.
Yep.
Yeah, that was back when you loved your fans.
I did at one time.
Before he
And
became
life got busy.
a celebrity.
Yeah, do you know who I am?
I've met you. I
I'm
know
say,
who you are.
honestly, because we had what I consider the premier state wrestling tournament for youth wrestling this past weekend. And it was kind of remarkable how many people come up to me like, "Oh, I've seen you around the tournament, stuff like that, blah blah blah." Like, and just started chatting me up. I'm like, "Well, I use the camera to coach, And I just figured if I'm going to be holding this thing in front of my face, I figure get good at taking photos."
Speaking of wrestling, did you watch that USA Wrestling Championships?
You talking about the NCAA championships?
Yes.
Yes.
That Oklahoma State guy beat this Olympic champion. That was awesome, man.
Wait, hold on. No, Gabe Stevenson. Who is he facing? Say, because Gable Stevenson, I thought won his match. I could be wrong. Was it
looking
heavyweight?
it up. Was Wyatt Hendrickson beat Gable Stevenson?
No fucking way. I didn't see
Oh
that
yeah, 5-4.
because I didn't get to see the championship rounds because I was on my way home last night.
Had a takedown with like 30 seconds left and took him
No
down,
fucking
man.
way. That's awesome.
Oh yeah.
Sorry. I was really disappointed to see that Josh Barr from Penn State lost because he's a freshman and that guy is a freaking stud. Like, oh my god, he's going to do some amazing stuff in the next couple of years.
This Hendrickson won the match, and then he saluted President because Trump was there. So he saluted Trump and then put
I
an
think
American flag over his shoulders and shook his hand, and it's pretty cool.
I'm wondering if he's the one. So if Hendrickson is the one that I'm thinking, he got a 5th-year option.
He's like in the
something-
Air Force.
Yeah, whatever branch of the
Second
military he's in.
lieutenant, yeah.
They had a program where he was able to compete for one more year. And so that's freaking awesome. Absolutely freaking awesome. And say then Carter Starachi for Penn State got his 5th national championship, which doesn't mean shit to anybody else, but he's pretty local to me. He went to Cathedral Prep. So that's pretty friggin' sweet.
Yeah, you should have got media credentials to that. Is just up in Philly.
It was in Philly. Next year, it's in Cleveland. I am going to try and get media credentials for that one. I would have loved to have gotten media credentials for Philly, but the NCAA national championships are always the same weekend that we have the PJW state championships for the youth kids, and my kids are typically wrestling in that. Additionally, kids on our team are wrestling in it, which this year we had a state champion, which was freaking amazing. And I would have been really disappointed if I missed that. I've put in a ton of work with that kid over the last 3 seasons. To see him get that win for the state championship was incredible. Not only that, but to qualify for states, you have to go through the PJW qualifier, and he got pinned and took 2nd place at our PJW qualifier. Then in the state championship, the kid that pinned him in the qualifier was on the opposite side of the bracket, and they met in the finals, and then he pinned the kid that had pinned him to win the state championship, which made it that much sweeter. So, I would have loved to have gone to Philly to do that, but knowing how much this kid had worked and that it was a real shot for him to win a state championship this year, there's no chance in hell that I could miss that.
I don't follow it that close, but we just had a kid here, senior in high school, win his 3rd straight wrestling championship, state championship here. Yeah.
Oh, see, and that's the
A big
thing.
deal about it.
Like,
He broke the state record for most consecutive championships or something in high school.
really, you guys have never had
A 3-peat? Nope, apparently not.
Well, I was going to say a 4-time state champion.
Apparently not. They said it was the first time somebody's won 3 in a row.
So, that's the thing. Like, wrestling still does not get that much coverage. Spencer Lee, 3-time national champion. He was going for, 4-time national champion. He was going for his 5th national title, and he got pinned by a freshman in the semifinals a few years ago. But then he went on, I think he won a gold medal at the past Olympics, if I remember correctly. Kid's amazing. He's from Segertown. It's 10 miles from me. Like, you think every accomplishment that he has on the mat would be front page news.
Mm-hmm.
You don't hear shit about it. Not even in the sports section. You think it'd be like local wrestling great Spencer Lee or nothing.
Yeah, amateur wrestling really doesn't get the news reporting and stuff like you said.
No, I mean, it gets the respect in MMA circles
Right.
because a lot of fighters realize, like, oh shit, like Bo Nix going into the UFC, they're like, timeout, 4-time NCAA national champion, like that's going to be a handful as long as he could figure out the striking game.
Yeah, but as soon as you say wrestling, people think you're talking about pro wrestling. It's like, no,
A
I'm
lot
talking
of
about
times.
amateur wrestling. Yeah.
I wish somebody would, some billionaire that had the money to just mess around with would start a quote unquote amateur wrestling league that was professional.
Mhm.
Honestly, I think it would sell like hotcakes. I could be I could be completely biased here, but
Do hotcakes really sell that well?
I don't know.
I don't know. Churches seem to have pancake dinners a lot and spaghetti breakfasts.
They have fish fries too, but you never hear it
Yeah.
say, sells like fish or anything.
Yeah. Not everybody likes fish, Gary. Everybody likes pancakes. Come on.
I like fish. In every form that you can think.
Yep.
Yep. But yeah, I don't know, with how big UFC is, I think with how competitive wrestling is, it is growing again. Since girls wrestling has become so popular, has actually sparked growth in boys wrestling again, which is pretty sweet. I don't know. I think there would be a market if somebody actually did it. Especially internationally. Because the thing is, you wouldn't just have to have like traditional style like we think of here in the US. You could do different styles also all on the same show. You could
Yeah.
have your folk style, your Greco-Roman, and freestyle.
Mm-hmm. And different weight classes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Greco-Roman's really cool though because that's purely throws and leverage. You get points deducted if you touch the legs. That's a whole different animal.
Well, this silence brought to you by John's Amateur Wrestling Network.
That's right. Told the entire chat.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's like, they're talking about amateur wrestling now. I'm out of here.
Uh-huh.
Which proves why nobody's
Yeah.
made a league.
All
we went
that,
from
all that dead air. The two people that are listening to us are going to get pissed and leave.
we went from 10 viewers to 3 on YouTube.
It's probably because I just did so much talking. I think that's really what the problem is.
Yep, we
Well, now we're
got
back up
four
to
now.
4.
Somebody came back. Nah, it hasn't got any better.
Maybe it's because I'm eating peanuts.
Eating penis?
Peanuts, penis, $20, $20, whatever.
Did somebody throw them at you?
No, I got them from Texas Roadhouse. Because now they just come in a bag.
But they got pissed and just walked in there and got a bag of peanuts and left, didn't they?
Be fucking great.
Five Guys hates that too, by the way.
The Five Guys near us closed.
Probably because they got tired of people stealing their peanuts.
I don't know anybody that would. Every time I got peanuts from there, they tasted like mildew.
Ew.
Yeah.
You know when a place has free peanuts, you know you're set up to wait half an hour for your freaking food.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, great. I get to fill up on peanuts. That's what I came in here for. Paid $20 for my meal.
Wish it was $20. I think it was like 30. But I did get a 20-ounce bone-in ribeye, so.
But you gotta have an appetizer if you're in Texas Roadhouse. I gotta have the fried pickles personally.
Well, I got a Caesar salad because it came with 2 sides. So, got a Caesar salad and mashed taters.
Never been to one. There's none around here.
I'm not a big fan of Texas Roadhouse, to tell the truth. I much prefer Longhorn.
There's not one of those around here either.
We used to have one up in Topeka. I don't know if it's still open or not, to tell you the truth.
Well, the reason that you guys don't have a Texas Roadhouse or Longhorn anymore, they got tired of everybody going in there and be like, "It's our anniversary," and be like, "Oh, how you guys meet?" And they're like, "Family reunion."
No, the one that was around here was in Maryland. It was
It used to be the thing to do when we would get together at Wanamaker. We'd always go to Texas Roadhouse, like on Saturday night, and we'd all sit together. And whoever was, usually we'd pick somebody who was new and never been there before. And of course, we'd tell them it's their birthday secretly. And they bring out
Oh,
the
yeah.
saddle and everything and make them sit on it.
So I did that twice to my mom last weekend because she took us to the Keystone State Championship. And so we went to the Texas Roadhouse that weekend. So I told him it was my mother's birthday. And you're like, "Oh, how old is she?" I was like, 60. She's only like 55. Wasn't even her birthday yet. Or she hasn't even turned 55. So she's like, "What the?" And she refused to get on the saddle, but, they still did all the noise and everything. And the next day before we went home, the girls were starving. So we stopped off at Haas's before we left State College. And so I told them again that it was her birthday. And on the way home, I asked the kids, "Is like, girls, what did you learn this weekend?" And they're like, "I don't know." I was like, "You can go to any restaurant any day and tell them it's somebody's birthday. They're not going to ask any more questions." Then I did it to our head coach this past weekend down in Harrisburg when we were all at Texas Roadhouse. But those jerkwads threw out their saddle during COVID. I was like, "Are you serious?"
Wow.
Yeah. How would you like to be that dumpster diver? Like, jackpot. This Awkward Silence brought to you by Gorn at gizzardgary.com. Text you're going to gizzardgary at gizzardgary.com, and he'll show it live on the show tomorrow night.
Maybe.
Please refrain from sending in any dicks.
And this
He
is
will
Dick
not show
Van Dyke.
those. Or Cheney.
Well, he might not show Cheney. He'll scare people away. Especially don't send ones with Cheney with
What
a
about-
shotgun.
What about Dick Clark?
Yeah, I guess that would be legal. Or Dick Vermeil.
Dick Vermeil. Dick Van Patten, don't forget.
Yeah.
Andy
Dick
Dick?
Vitale.
Nixon.
Yeah.
Tricky Dick.
Mm-hmm.
Dick Vitale.
I said that.
Yeah. Let's see. Dick Sargent, Dick York, which are basically the same person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're both named Darren.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody smell conspiracy there? Sergeant York?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. There's got to be some others. Who are we forgetting?
Andy Dick, but everybody's always trying to forget him. Dick Butkus, what says.
If you're into
And
Oh, that's a good one.
he got held for that too.
if you're into the surfing music scene, Dick Dale.
Mm-hmm.
You guys really know some Dick.
Better believe it. I'm going to have to go online and see who we've missed.
Dick Tracy.
Yeah, he's fictional. Oh, Dick Cavett. Yeah.
Yeah. Dick Cavett, yeah.
Let's see.
Nick the Dick.
Wood says Dick Dastardly, but yeah, but if I can't say Dick Tracy and you can't say Dick Dastardly either.
Dick Smothers. Hell yes.
Mm-hmm.
Dick Durbin. Dick Enberg. I forgot about him.
Yeah.
Oh, Dick Trickle, the race car driver. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't even think about Dick Trickle.
Best name in the world.
And yes, folks, that is his real name.
Yep. And think that man could have done anything else in life that would have just kept him, quiet behind the scenes. Nobody ever knew that he existed, but he became a famous race car driver. So you could say his name.
Oh, Dick Grayson. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, but that's a fictional character too.
So?
You disqualified me for Dick Tracy, and then you go and say Dick Tracy.
If it wouldn't have been for Dick Grayson, there'd be no George Grayson. Come on, man.
So does Nick the Dick count from Bachelor Party then? Since we're allowing fictional characters?
Never heard. Oh, I suppose so.
You missed that already, Woods. I was. We were giving Jacob a gun advice. You missed that. That's what you get for being late.
I had an excuse. I was watching my show.
Uh-huh.
His show at the drive-in,
No,
Monster Dicks 9.
I can watch that stuff at home now.
That's what reruns are for, man.
It's called
He's like, I found a favorite one.
It's called Incognito, folks. Famous dicks. Oh, Dick Button, yeah. Dick Williams used to be a baseball player, manager of the A's back in the days. Oh, Dick Allen, yeah.
Dick Martin from Laughing.
Yep. Say goodnight, Dick.
Good night, Dick.
I used to watch that all the time.
Used to watch it in reruns.
It's lost quite a bit in reruns because a lot of the humor was topical.
Uh-huh. Oh, but it was funny growing up in the early 80s and them telling the jokes in the late 60s, early 70s about Ronald Reagan becoming president. This says Ronald Reagan becomes president.
I can remember when we were in high school playing with the video equipment, and I was recording a guy, and he was doing some spin on Ronald Reagan being president and stuff like that. And of course, we were all laughing and everything else. What did we know? Like 3 or 4 years later, it actually came true.
Mm.
Of course, a lot of people laughed when Donald Trump ran the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he ran several times, but didn't get very far. But he still had his career on The Apprentice to fall back on, which I was a big fan of The Apprentice. Young people like Jacob probably don't even remember The Apprentice. What? Donald Trump had a TV show? Yeah.
Then they tried giving it to Schwarzenegger and it flopped.
Yeah, it's not the same.
Shut up, you stupid cat.
Well, that's not very nice.
Have you met him?
I haven't been to your house to meet your cats, no.
Okay, then.
Met your wife, but not your cats.
Trust me, the cat's stupid.
But I can't believe Big Brother's all the way up to season 26. I can remember watching Big Brother 8
No, we were talking about South Park earlier. Good Lord. That's been on for almost 30 years.
Because there was a dick on that show, if you remember Big Brother 8. Evil Dick.
I never watched it.
Yeah.
What is it? 2 more years and South Park will turn 30? Simpsons is what, going on 40?
We're over 35.
Yeah. It's what, 88,
Started in
89 when that-
89, so.
Yeah.
Homer's been working at the nuclear plant almost as long as I did.
But he's not old enough to retire.
He doesn't age. That's a problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. Keep this in mind. According to The Simpsons, by now, Lisa should be on the Supreme Court. Homer and Marge should have been divorced. And Bart should just be Bart as an adult. Keep that in mind. That's all The Simpsons is, that their predictions have come wrong. Crazy, isn't it?
Should put them in the same world. And throw in Beavis and Butthead, too, while you're at it.
Oh, remember the Jetsons was supposed to happen over 30 years ago.
Yeah. Back to the Future was a while back, too. Lost in Space, Jupiter 2 launched in 1999, I believe. So that would have been over with by now.
Oh, hell.
You remember why the Jupiter 2 was thrown off course?
Nope.
Because Dr. Smith stowed away.
That's right. Yeah.
Got caught during the launch, which threw off the weight calculations.
Yeah.
So the crew was supposed to be in suspended animation. He ended up having to wake them all because he was afraid the ship was going to crash. Now, why was he on the ship?
You know how long it's been since I've watched that show?
Well, he was originally part of a saboteur gang. And he had second thoughts and was he had reprogrammed the robot to destroy the ship. And he had second thoughts after getting to meet some of the family and stuff like that. So he snuck back on the ship, tried to deprogram the robot, but he got caught and couldn't get out in time. So he had to endure the launch in one of the cabin seats, which the reason supposedly he had a bad back, my aching back, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's because he wasn't in suspended animation like everybody else. He was actually alive when the ship launched and had to endure all the G forces. I wouldn't have brought it up, but I was a huge fan of that series when I was
I can
young.
tell.
Yeah, it was stupid. It was campy. But it was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Much like Batman was back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
It was just fun.
Yeah,
All the
it's
color and
just,
everything.
yeah, just silliness.
Yeah, but it was fun as hell. Every Hollywood actor who was anybody appeared on Batman at some point.
Mm-hmm.
I was mentioning to somebody the other day, they mentioned the series Zorro. I said I never could stand watching Zorro because I never could. You see John Williams in Lost in Space and you
Uh-huh.
see him on Zorro. It's like, yeah, that doesn't fit.
Yeah.
Mustache, no.
June Lockhart from that and Petticoat Junction.
Lassie, don't forget.
Yeah. And do you know what one of the first things she ever did was? She was in one of the movie adaptations of A Christmas Carol. Her whole family played the Cratchit family when she was real little.
I think. Trying to think, was it Elizabeth Montgomery that played somebody on Twilight Zone way before?
I don't know. There was a lot of people that did that.
She was on one of the famous ones where these little space creatures were attacking her and stuff like that. And she ended up fighting them off and killing them. Then they zoomed in on their suits. It said United States, at the end of
Mm-hmm.
it, of course. Irony,
Yeah. Of
So
course,
did
one.
Donna Douglas. She
Yeah.
was on that one where everybody had pig faces and stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that.
Well, one was Shatner.
There were two with Shatner.
Yeah, that's right. I was
One
thinking of
on
the
a
airplane.
plane and
Yeah,
the other
that's
one
what I was thinking. It was the plane.
with the fortune teller machine.
Yeah. Forgot about the fortune teller.
I used to love me some Twilight Zone too. Man, when those marathons would come on, I would sit and watch those things one after the other.
Remember the Twilight Zone Christmas special that they had? It was Hobo becomes Santa Claus. He finds Santa Claus' bag and becomes Santa. Kind of like the Santa Claus kind of thing. Wood says, "What's the show that if you aren't, you're a big star?" He says, "He'll start The Rifleman." Good Lord. Sammy Davis Jr. on The Rifleman.
There were a lot of those.
Yeah. Doing his own pistol stunts on the show because he was an expert pistol twirler. A lot of people don't know that about Sammy Davis Jr.
Yeah, he actually came on the Jerry Lewis telethon and did that one time just to demonstrate.
Yeah. Shit, you talk about stars going on TV shows. How about Love Boat?
Oh, yeah. Or Love American Style back in the day. That's before the Love Boat, but very similar.
Mm-hmm.
Anthology series. Of course, a lot of big stars started out on Star Trek, too.
Mm-hmm. One of Clint Howard, Ron Howard's younger brother's first roles was on Star Trek. He was just a baby.
And, yeah, and then he went on to be on Gentle Ben, didn't he? Yeah.
God, it's been so long since I've even seen
The
that
series
show.
with a bear.
Yeah. A flipper with a bear instead of a dolphin.
Basically. Yeah, animal shows were big for quite a while there.
Mm-hmm. Wood says Sammy Davis was so big that he was himself on Batman and All in the Family.
One of the most hilarious episodes ever.
Mm-hmm.
Sammy did it all. TV, movies,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
music, recording.
Stage.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was what you called one of them there generational talents. He could play drama, comedy.
Broke a lot of color barriers back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't dare tell him no.
Mm-mm.
Of course, being part of the Rat Pack did a lot for that too.
Yeah. Certainly didn't hurt.
But Van Dyke, very similar in that respect.
Mm-hmm.
TV, movies, theater.
Yep.
He had a couple recording hits. Of course, they were movie adaptations, but still. He had a few TV shows.
Yeah.
So did Andy Griffith, as far as that goes.
Mm-hmm. Justin Grimm's out there.
And if you don't think Andy was good in the movies, you gotta see No Time for Sergeants. I mean,
Uh-huh.
one of the funniest movies you'll ever watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, movie's hilarious.
He was more or less Gomer Pyle before there was a Gomer
Yeah.
Pyle.
God, I'm going for 3 hours.
And a lot of people only remember Andy from Matlock, which
Mm-hmm.
was a pretty good show in and of itself. It's still being replayed today. In fact, there's a new version of it now with a female Matlock.
Yeah.
with another person who just won't go away with time. That's Kathy Bates.
Uh-huh.
One of the funniest scenes ever in a movie in Fried Green Tomatoes when she smashes that car in the parking lot. Have you seen that movie?
Don't think I have.
Oh, you gotta watch it.
How do we get back
But
on the movies?
basically, she's in a parking lot in front of this big grocery store or something like that, and she finally finds this parking space. Before she can get into it, a couple of young chicks in a sports car come from the opposite direction, and Jay turn into it. And they basically get out, and she yells at him or something like that. And the girl said, "Well, that's what you can do when you're young and rich." So Kathy takes her car and just backs up and smashes the living shit out of the sports car. And she yells, she said, "That's what you can do when you're old and have insurance."
Mhm.
Gosh, there's a movie I've seen that Rich hasn't seen. Wow.
Oh,
Have you seen Driving Miss Daisy?
yes.
Oh, okay. I think Barbecue fell asleep.
Maybe.
We should talk about him.
Woods is asking if you're recommending movies.
I've seen my share. Not a lot of recent ones, mind you, but
Mhm. There's not a lot of recent movies I've seen either.
Free Willy.
I've never seen Free Willy.
no, I have not either. And I seen Harry Potter, for God's sake. It's awful, but I saw it.
Which one did you see?
All of them.
All of them, I guess.
How many of them were there?
I saw Rock and Roll High School. Did you ever see that?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
That's an awful movie.
With the
It's
Ramones.
yes, it's fucking awful. But it was like our senior movie at our
It's
prom
so
or
awful, it's
something.
good. That movie's considered a cult classic.
I'm amazed I found somebody else who's seen it. You've seen Rocky Horror Picture Show, I presume.
Yeah.
But have you seen Shock Treatment?
I don't know if I have or not.
That's the sequel. You've got to watch it.
Falcon Rumble out there in the chat says, is here very late. Yes.
This is nothing. I was on Foss's show last night, and I was on the goddamn Bacon show Friday night. So we're talking stuff that went on till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So this is nothing.
No, I mean, he's here but late.
Right.
Yeah.
You could stay up till 3 or 4 o'clock in the
Man,
morning.
I ain't doing another damn 6-hour episode.
Oh, come
We
on.
just did one of them.
In your
we just-
day, you could do her.
We just did one of those 2 episodes ago. If I do that, I'll be up for 24 hours.
I took a nap this afternoon. I'll probably be up late.
I did not get to take a nap this afternoon.
I didn't sleep but about a little shy of 4 hours this morning, so yeah, I needed a little extra this afternoon. So I made the mistake of laying down next to the cat to say hi, and next thing I know, I'm waking up and it's 6:30. I'm like, ow! Guess I fell asleep. Good Lord!
Yeah, cats aren't happy.
Cat fight.
Oh man. Waiting to see if the cats make any more noise.
Need a second Tease Misty show. Well, Misty's not here. We would.
Yeah. Yeah, her
I'm
and
always,
Ron were not there in the chat tonight.
I am always up to tease Misty. She's not going to be up this late. Misty don't stay up this late.
Usually they pop in the chat at some point. They didn't tonight.
Yeah. I know Ron's got to get up and work in the morning. So
Mm-hmm.
these people who actually work.
Mm-hmm.
I remember work. It sucked. I gave it up.
Yeah, work sucks.
They told me, don't come back no more. We'll give you extra money. I'm like, okay.
Mm-hmm. Now, have you ever seen The Gods Must Be Crazy?
No.
Oh man, you've got to see that one. It's about an African tribesman who finds a Coke bottle and thinks it's some kind of gift from the god, takes it back to his village, and then bad stuff starts happening to his village. So the village elders tell him he has to get rid of it, and a bunch of zaniness ensues. It's freaking hilarious, man.
I'm warning you, don't do like my kids used to do me. I would pick them up. Of course, I was divorced, so I'd see them during the summertime. So I'd go to pick them up for summer vacation. Had about a 5 hour drive home, and they would go into every movie they've seen, and they would basically ruin them for me.
I'm not going to ruin it for you.
Like, Dad, you got to watch this. This happens, and then this happens, and this happens. Like, well, there's no use watching it now because I already
Yes.
know what's gonna
No, I
happen.
just gave you the basic premise at the beginning of the movie, and then told you zaniness happens. You got to watch the rest of the movie from there to
It's
figure
a
out.
lot of the reason I didn't watch a lot of movies because my kids ruined most of them
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah, I hate when people do that. But no, The Gods Must Be Crazy is freaking hilarious.
Luckily, when I was married to Shelley, she introduced me to a bunch of Mel Brooks movies I hadn't seen before. So I'd seen some, but not anywhere near all of them.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if anybody out in the chat's seen The Gods Must Be Crazy.
Wonder if Barbecue saw it.
100 Barbecues what?
Have
Yeah.
you have you seen The Gods Must Be Crazy?
Nope,
Oh man,
never heard of it.
it's hilarious. It's absolutely
I,
freaking hilarious.
I saw Oh God. Have you seen Oh God
I've been called oh
Uh,
god.
yeah,
with John Denver
John Denver and
and
George
George
Burns.
Burns? Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was Oh God Book 2 and Oh God You Devil, and
Yeah, it got a little
yeah,
silly after a
yeah,
while, as
yeah.
people seem to
There were
do.
what, like 4 or 5 of them or
Mhm.
something.
It's like God couldn't get his point across the first time, so he had to keep appearing to other people.
Uh huh.
If you want to watch George Burns, you got to watch The Sunshine Boys. That's a good movie.
That the one with him and Burt Lancaster.
What the hell? My screen just went blank on me. I can't remember who's on that with him. Walter Matthau.
Walter Matthau. Yeah, there was one that him and Burt Lancaster did too. I can't remember what the hell it was.
Walter Matthau, Richard Benjamin. Lee Meredith, F. Murray Abraham. Howard Hessman was in there. It's all right. It's lighthearted, but that doesn't necessarily make for a bad movie.
Yeah.
Not everything is Blazing Saddles, which is true cinema entertainment in action.
Mel Brooks at his finest.
It will never be equaled again. Doesn't have to be because it still stands to this day. I still, every time I turn the TV and it's on, it's like, yeah, I got to watch this. Although I've seen it 1,000 times, it's still funny. I think I own a copy of it on DVD too.
I don't know if we do or not.
And a lot of people talk about Smokey and the Bandit, but there were a whole slew of trucker themed movies back around that time.
Oh yeah.
It got kind of sickening after a while.
Mm-hmm.
Same theme, basically, people
Oh yeah.
chasing truckers and But if you want to see a truly good truck driver movie, you've got to see Duel.
Mm-hmm. Dennis Weaver.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
There's hardly any dialogue in the movie, but it's just great.
It's all psychological.
Mm-hmm. I could see Guns and Barbecue watching that. He said, well, in the first place, that truck could have never done that, blah, blah, blah. I think that was about the same time he was doing McLeod, wasn't it?
Somewhere under, yeah.
Yeah. I used to like McLeod. Cowboy detective in the middle of New York City. Of course, it made perfect sense.
Mm-hmm. About as much sense as John Wayne being a detective in New York City,
Oh, yeah.
or San Francisco, or Chicago.
Yeah, fish out of water TV series
Mm-hmm.
are fairly common. I mean, you had Beverly Hillbillies, Green Acres, all that crap. Well, before that, the real McCoys. You want to go back even further.
Brannigan, that was what? John Wayne playing a Chicago detective in London? Talk about playing against part. Him and what? Richard Attenborough? And then, shit. Can't remember the guy that played the villain.
I can't either.
It was the guy that was the dean in Animal House.
Oh. Dean Wormer.
Yeah.
Who the hell was that? Oh, John Vernon. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was something Vernon. I can't remember her freaking first name.
You're on double secret probation.
Mm-hmm.
One more slip up, one more mistake, and you're finished at Faber.
The
Another
movie
great
that
movie.
launched a slew of copycats.
Oh, yeah.
They're still making copycat movies.
I think wasn't that National Lampoon's first effort at a movie?
I don't know if that was their first one or not.
And they went into the Vacation series after that. I believe. Yeah, that was the first. That was 5 years before Vacation.
And they're still doing movies. Nowhere near as big as those two.
A lot of people probably don't remember National Lampoon magazine. I do. Wasn't quite the cutting edge of, say, Mad.
No.
Which I used to love Mad magazine back when.
Yeah, yeah, Mad, and then they came out with Cracked.
Yeah, Cracked sucked though.
Yeah.
I had my parents gave me a subscription to Mad though. I got it every month. I loved it because I had that weird. I was into satirical humor and stuff, and always have been. So.
Oh, Mad was the shit back in the day.
Oh yeah, because they pulled no punches.
No, they
come
didn't.
after anybody.
And their movie parodies. Oh man. And then you always had that folding thing at the
Oh yeah.
cover.
Sometimes they'd have stickers. I'd have them stickers over my room and shit like that. So much fun.
Mm-hmm.
Then I was about 22 or something like that. I'd long since stopped getting Mad subscriptions. I dated this gal one time. I went into her house and sat down at her kitchen table, and there's a Mad magazine laying there, and I'm like, oh my God. I started reading it. It's like, I'm more interested in this than I am the date right now. Well, that only lasted a few minutes, but still.
Mm-hmm. What, me worry?
It just took me back. It's like, oh my God, this is still out. Wow.
Mm-hmm. I haven't seen a Mad magazine in years. I don't know whatever happened to the ones I used to have.
Yeah, I remember when Jurassic Park came out and they did this parody called Your Asses Had It Park.
Oh, and I had an issue from when Death Wish 3 came out. Death Wishy Washy 3. It looked like Charles Bronson was in one foot in the grave, walking around with a walker trying to kill people.
I remember seeing the original Death Wish at the theater. So what do you think of Guns and Barbecue? You think he's an alright guy?
I don't know. He can have his moments.
His screen name on here says That Asshole Guns and Barbecue.
Ah,
Is he really? Does he live up to that? Is he really
No comment.
that much of an asshole?
Gary's just trying to start.
No more so than the rest of us, I don't think. And we're all assholes.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to stand out, you're going to have to do better than that.
Yeah. But do any of us rise to Dennis Leary's asshole song level of asshole?
Probably not. Another movie I saw at the theater was South Park, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. That was stupid. It's still funny.
But it's supposed to be.
That and Beavis and Butthead Do America. I saw that at the theater.
Shut up, cat.
Bad kitty.
Yeah. Cat's getting on my nerves. Yeah, I got kicked out for a second. Like, what the hell happened?
Well, it showed you muted your mic, yeah.
I didn't mute my mic. I was kicked out for a second.
Oh, well, I didn't do it. Must have been that asshole Guns and Barbecue. I mean, it's in the name.
I think it's the idiot cat. Idiot cat did it.
Is anybody actually watching this shit?
Yeah, we got 3 on Rumble and 4 on YouTube.
Oh. He sent me something an hour and a half ago I was supposed to share with you.
Whoops.
I don't think you'll put it on a screen, though. Well, actually, you don't have any choice, do you?
No.
I might get you kicked off YouTube for this one, though.
Oh, boy.
Let's see. Do I have any way? Yeah, I could text it to you. There's Rich White.
Idiots?
There, I texted it to you.
All right, now I got to find my phone. Okay.
You want me to share it? Because I will.
No, that's not.
He put it in an email. He said, "Share this for Rich." Nah. Yeah, Vulcan Rumble is still out there.
Yeah.
Looky there.
Yeah,
He might have put Justin to sleep.
maybe.
Of course, he's got to get up and get ready to sell that bacon.
Yeah, then you gotta go to work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Believe it or not, the last 2 episodes have had over 90 views on Rumble. I was like, whoa, this is catching on Rumble. The
Get
last.
even more views if you'd put that zebra on there.
Uh-huh. G-Web says he's been waiting for the good part.
I think that was before I got on here. We had a good part.
God damn. First hour was me by myself, and a barbecue jumped on. First hour, you might have actually thought I knew what I was doing.
My TV show comes on at 8 o'clock on Sundays now. Yes, I could watch it anytime, but that's when they release it.
Mm-hmm.
I wait all week for that. I've gotten past all the back episodes that I could binge watch, so now I have to wait every week for them to release an episode. It sucks. It's like, come on, just release them all. I know you've got them all in a can.
Yeah.
Just open them up so we can watch them all.
Yeah. Amy is up to season 14 of South Park now. She's been binge watching it.
Well, this is season 15 of this show.
I think South Park's on like season 26 or some shit. So she's only got 12 more to go to catch up.
Yeah.
You ever see the little mini documentary they did on how they make the show? Each episode is made the week it airs. That's a lot of work to cram into 1 week.
Not easy to do with animation.
No.
Although arguably their method of animation lends itself to doing stuff like that a little easier.
Yeah, but you still got the voice recording to do, the editing and all that to get done in a week's time. Plus the writing, they write the episode. That's a lot to do in 1 week. That's why it always seems like their episodes are right on topic, because they are. They're writing them as shit's happening. You know, it isn't like they record a whole season, have it in the can, and then something happens, you know. They're writing it as they go.
Yeah, people wonder why, Mike Judge doesn't do near as much as he used to. He's freaking old.
Mm-hmm.
He's 62 years old, man. He's pretty close to my age. Justin says YouTube's been crap all day. Yeah. Sunday can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Used to when we had this guy. I remember this guy used to do a Sunday night show back in the day.
Uh-huh.
Who won't come back on YouTube anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Midnight Range TM, I'm talking about you if you're out there.
Yeah, he's probably out there lurking.
He does tend to do that sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If you're out there, get on here and start doing your show again, man. America needs you.
I need you to, man. I can't keep doing this 5-6 hour episode. Damn. Somebody's got to take up some of this slack. Besides, GeoWebs wants brackets. I can't do a bracket every night.
Well, we're a little bit bracket deprived because Foss let us down last night.
Oh, man.
Wherever you are, Foss.
Yeah, Foss didn't even show up tonight.
Yeah, Foss. Mr. Mouseman.
Yeah.
See if you'd have a giveaway. You'd know who's out there.
I pretty much got an idea who's out there.
Well, they could be lurking.
Yeah, there's only 4 people watching on YouTube and 3 of them are commenting.
Moo probably went to bed because he's got to get up and go to work in the morning, too.
Mm-hmm.
What in the hell? I just heard a big dog bark coming from downstairs. Somebody's dog is not happy.
This is weird.
Hmm.
Justin said YouTube has been crap all day. Right?
Yeah.
And then a couple lines down, on the Rumble side, he said YouTube been blocking posts today. It doesn't show up in the YouTube chat. It shows up in the Rumble chat, though.
Well, maybe he's on Rumble.
Is he on Rumble?
Well, he could
yes,
be.
he said it on Rumble. Woohoo! So he's posting on both Rumble and YouTube.
He's obviously bored.
Yes, obviously.
Yeah, he's up late watching this. So anybody who's up late watching this probably has nothing better to do.
Uh-huh.
That's what midnight hour chats are for. It's for the people who just can't sleep for some reason.
We're probably going to call it at 4 hours, not 4 o'clock.
I was going to say, Jesus Christ. I don't know if I can go another 5 hours.
No, they'll be 4 o'clock my time anyway, so that'll be.
I'll say it's only 11:18 here.
12:18 here. But no, I ain't doing another 4 hours either. That'll be 8 hours. Almost. So, yeah, we ain't doing that. Haven't hit the 8-hour mark, and I don't plan on it. I was tempted to cut this at an hour. Then barbecue jumped in.
It's all his fault.
Mm-hmm. What other movies we got to talk about?
I don't know.
It's turned into movie night. Started the show talking about freaking the new Snow White movie and how much it's bombed. 43 million domestically opening weekend for a Disney movie.
So, have you seen any of the Hope and Crosby Road movies?
Yes.
Pretty funny, actually.
Mm-hmm.
About Marx Brothers.
Oh, yeah, Marx Brothers, definitely.
Funny shit.
Mm-hmm. Duck Soup is a must-watch.
Night at the Opera.
A
Day
Night
at the
in
Races.
Casablanca. Day at the Races.
Mm-hmm. That's what our grandparents did for humor.
Mm-hmm.
They had
Back when.
some really funny shit to watch, too.
Uh-huh.
And yes, Groucho did lean into the innuendo a time or two.
Oh, yes, he did.
Just might not have said the words, but
Yeah.
didn't have to.
Hold me closer. 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 If I hold you any closer, I'll be in back of you.
Could just imagine the laughs that shit had to got back in the day.
Mm-hmm. I think one of my favorite Marx Brothers moments is Night in Casablanca. Harpo's standing on a street corner, leaning against a wall. The cop walks up to him and says, "What do you think you're doing?" Holding the wall up, and he just starts nodding his head vigorously. The cop pulls him away, and the wall falls over.
That and the old Little Rascals movies. I used to watch those a lot when I was a kid. So they were on Saturday mornings or Sunday mornings.
Mm-hmm.
That and the Bowery Boys, if you remember
Yeah.
them.
Oh, yeah. One local channel in Pittsburgh got their Saturday morning cartoons, and wrestling went off the air would always show the old Abbott and Costello movies, too.
Yeah, Abbott and Costello's an acquired taste.
I used to love watching Abbott and Costello movies.
Three Stooges, I can take or
Mhm.
leave Three Stooges.
Old Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis movies.
Oh, for that matter, Laurel and Hardy.
Mm-hmm. Another fine mess you've gotten us in, Ollie. Or Stanley. Either one. Take your pick. What John Wayne movie did Oliver Hardy play his sidekick?
Don't know.
Fighting Kentuckian.
Yeah. There's one my ex had me watch one time. She was a big Cary Grant fan. I'd never been introduced to it, so she had me watch his Girl Friday.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. It was a remake of a movie called The Front Page, which it later got remade as The Front Page back in the 50s or 60s, starring Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon, which is just as good. If you haven't seen that version. I've seen all three versions. The best two are the Cary Grant and then the Matthau and Lemmon. versions. Yeah, speaking of Cary Grant, Arsenic and Old Lace is hilarious.
Yes. Well, I watched the stage play, and then I watched the movie.
Mm-hmm. Another Cary Grant, Operation Petticoat, with Tony Curtis, if you haven't seen that one.
Don't think I have.
Grant's a submarine commander who's tasked with rescuing these women from an island, and hilarity ensues.
Have you seen The Apartment?
Yes.
That's a pretty funny movie.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty risque for its day.
Yeah. No, movies were starting to get more so at that point.
But I never could get over Fred McMurray being a more or less bad guy in that movie.
Mm.
It is good.
Well, we got 10 people watching, 5 on Yahoo and 5 on Yahoo, YouTube, and 5 on Rumble. Man, I am getting tired.
So I think the point that Rich and I are making is if you don't think any of the movies made in the last few years are funny, there's some pretty damn good stuff that was made back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s to go back
Mm-hmm.
that was
Oh,
absolutely
definitely.
hilarious.
And 70s. Don't forget 70s.
And 70s, yeah.
Yes.
Well, to me, 70s is almost modern era, but
Yeah. Well, 70s was the turning point.
but when I was growing up in the 70s, a lot of times late at night, they would play some of those older movies from 50s and
Mhm.
60s. You could watch them on the late show and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
you could watch old Hitchcock movies like
Mm-hmm. Oh, I love Hitchcock movies.
well, let's see, Vertigo,
Vertigo, yeah. The Man Who Knew Too
Window.
Much. Christ. Rope. The Birds, obviously. The Birds made without music because somebody told him that the only reason why his movies were scary is because of the music. So he made it without music. And then said, now what? And of course, Psycho, you can't mention Hitchcock.
Oh well,
Psycho.
yes, that's an institution in and of
Mhm.
itself. Though they tried to remake that and make sequels so many times.
Mhm.
Like, just go back to the original.
Yeah, let's stick with the original.
It's scary enough. Yeah, there are plenty of good movies. That may be what I do when I get off of here is go find a good old movie to watch.
North by Northwest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Go watch an epic. Go watch Gone with the Wind. I personally have
oh
never
yeah.
seen Gone with
Oh,
the Wind.
I mentioned Gone with the Wind earlier in the episode. Like over 2 hours ago, I brought up Gone with when talking about the Snow White thing and everything. I brought up Gone with the Wind way back then.
It's okay. Casablanca's better, if you ask me. But
Mm. Damn. 1939 was a hell of a year for film.
yes.
You had Gone with the Wind, Wizard of Oz, if you're into that movie, Philadelphia Story, and a couple others. Did Stagecoach come out in 39?
No, I'm not sure.
There were,
Yes,
yeah,
the first one.
yeah.
They were remade a couple of times. But
Mm-hmm. You know, we're talking about old comedies. Philadelphia Stories right up there with the ones we've already mentioned. If you haven't seen that,
let's see. Films of 1939. Stagecoach, Gone with the Wind, Wuthering Heights, Young Mr. Lincoln,
mm-hmm.
Wizard of Oz. Beau Jest. Yeah. Gunga Din. Goodbye,
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chips. Yes.
yeah, Gunga Din's a good one too.
Mr. Smith Goes to Washington.
Yeah, another one.
Of Mice and Men.
Mm-hmm.
Bachelor Mother. I never heard of that one.
Never heard of that one.
Dark Victory.
That's a good one.
Drums Along the Mohawk. The Four Feathers.
That's a good one too.
The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn.
Mm-hmm.
Love Affair.
Maybe Philadelphia Story was 40.
Destry Rides Again.
That's a good one too, Jim. Another Jimmy Stewart movie. Western.
I had a friend at work back in the day. He was a huge movie buff to the point that he basically took his basement and built basically a movie watching studio down there
Mm-hmm.
with the nice reclining theater seating. Actually
Right.
had the rope lights that went along the
Mm-hmm.
floor and stuff. Had movie posters on the walls and shit, and painted black so it was dark down there.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy, he would get together with a group of friends every time that on Oscar weekend, and they would get together, and there were theaters you could go to that were playing all the Oscar nominated movies,
Right.
one right after the other, and they would sit in a theater all day and watch all the movies nominated for Best Picture.
Mm-hmm.
You know how long it would take you to watch all the
Yeah.
movies nominated for Best Picture? Some of those aren't worth watching, by the way.
No. Some of those, especially nowadays. Oh man, I still have another series of movies that are really good. The Thin Man series
Oh, yes.
with William Powell and Myrna Loy.
Yes, I saw some of those.
I've seen
It's
all
not,
of them.
let's not forget Francis the Talking Mule. This was Mr.
Mm-hmm.
Ed before there was ever a Mr. Ed.
Yep.
It was hilarious.
Mr. Roberts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, back in the day, if you liked war movies, there were plenty of war movies to watch,
Mm-hmm.
too. So.
Oh yeah, They Were Expendables. Probably one of my favorite.
Oh, gosh. The Great Escape.
Mm-hmm.
Bridge Over the River Kwai.
Yep. Sands of Iwo Jima.
Mm-hmm. Not to mention the great ones that came out in the 70s, but
Mm-hmm.
there were several. I still remember going to the drive-in and watching Apocalypse Now. I had no idea what I was in for watching that. It's like, holy shit. This is graphic, man.
Mm-hmm. Then Platoon came out. Probably
Mm-hmm.
Oliver Stone's best movie.
And one of my favorites doesn't get mentioned a lot, which is The Deer Hunter.
Oh yeah, that's a great movie. great cast in that movie.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you want an old movie, if you like submarine movies, Run Silent, Run Deep.
Hmm.
That's pretty good.
Destination, yeah, another one's Destination Tokyo. That's another Cary Grant submarine movie. It's a good one too.
I wasn't a huge Bogart fan, but sometimes I could take him.
Oh Christ, what's that one? The Kane Mutiny
Yeah.
with Bogart as Captain Queeg. Yeah. The remake's not bad either, with Jeff Daniels and I forget who else.
Stalag 17.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Dad was a huge fan of World War II movies because he was in World War II, obviously. So
Mm-hmm.
God knows there's enough of those.
Bernie's heading out. Have a good
Good
night,
night,
Bernie.
Bernie.
God, what's the one with Bogey where he's a tank commander on an M3 medium and they're stuck in the Sahara Desert? Was that Sahara? Is that the
That's
name of it?
Sahara.
Yeah, that was a good one.
See, the African campaign. That's something I don't know a lot about. It's part of the war that doesn't get talked about near enough.
Mm-hmm.
You remember the old TV series Rat Patrol?
Yeah, I've seen that in reruns. Combat.
Combat, yes. I think that's part of the reason Mom usually stayed in the living room on Sundays because Dad would usually always find a war movie and put it on.
Mm-hmm.
That
That's
or a
always,
Western, and Mom hated Westerns. So,
yeah. Memorial Day weekend, I usually was at my grandparents' house, and me and my grandfather would just sit and watch the war movie marathons on TCM. Because every Memorial Day, they would have a war movie marathon back in the day. Just watch all the old like John Wayne war movies and stuff on there with him, and they throw in a couple others, just to change things up, so it wasn't all just a John Wayne film. They could have done the whole damn thing, just John Wayne war movies.
oh yeah. Well, some better than others, but
Mm-hmm.
if you want epics, you could always watch stuff like Ben Hur or
Mm-hmm. Oh,
stuff like that.
That's an Easter movie right there. That's always on around Easter, which means somebody should be showing it pretty soon. not actually having cable anymore. I don't know who. Usually it was TCM that would have it. The one year they showed the original and then the Charlton Heston one back to back on TCM. A lot of people don't realize the Charlton Heston version of Ben-Hur is a remake.
Yeah.
Of course, this time of year, the Ten Commandments is usually being shown on TV somewhere too.
Another epic. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, if you want to go epics, westerns, you got Howl of West was one.
Yeah. Big blockbuster movies.
Mm-hmm.
Back when there's very little TV and the theaters ruled the roost for entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
Big fancy theaters, all the popcorn you could eat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the last of those movie theaters in Pittsburgh was the Stanley Theater downtown, which is now the Benedum Center for the Performing Arts, which is where the Pittsburgh Opera and Pittsburgh Ballet perform.
Back in the days, people would dress up to go to the movie theater.
Oh, yeah.
It
It's
was
like earlier in the show.
That was date night, folks.
Yeah, earlier in the show, I was talking before barbecue jumped on. I was talking about how back in the day, movies were the average Joe's art form. You know, people would go to the movies. You know, the average people would go to the movies where the rich were going to the opera and stuff. You know.
That's what Dad told me when he was in high school. If he had 50 cents, he had enough money to put gas in his car, get him and his date into the movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, before like I said, or beginning of the show, even during the Depression, people managed to scrape up enough change where they could go watch a movie and forget the troubles that that were going on at the time. Escapism. You factor a lot of the movies we just listed came out during the Great Depression. Anything that came out during the 30s.
A lot of the news that people got back in the day, other than newspapers, was the newsreels.
Yeah, the newsreels while watching the movie.
Yep.
And that's where a lot of Bugs Bunny and Disney cartoons came from. Was they would show them when you were watching movies.
Yeah.
You would spend 10 cents and you would spend the day at the movie theater.
And now they're all but gone.
Mm-hmm. Now you spend $25 and you get to see one movie that isn't probably worth the $25 you just spent to go see it.
Well, for most people, it's worth it just to buy a big screen TV for their house, have pretty decent sound. You can pause it if you have to go to the bathroom.
Yep.
You don't miss it. Yeah.
Yep.
If you want to watch it a second time, key it back up and watch it a second time.
Mm-hmm. You got 85-inch TV screens.
Of course, if you were a kid, it was pretty easy to watch a second showing of the movie if you knew how to stow away in the bathroom for a while and come back. Yeah. It usually didn't check you.
Well, the Stanley downtown, when I was a little kid, they still did the all-day matinee things where you could, one price, you got to watch 3 or 4 movies,
That's the thing about going to the drive-in is just about always a double feature.
Yeah, drive-ins were always a double feature.
So it would
You'd
start
have,
as soon as it got dark, and it might still be going 12, 1 o'clock
yeah,
in the morning before it got out.
yeah, drive-ins when I was a kid, you'd have a family movie, then a more adult-oriented movie afterwards.
The snack bar would usually serve like hamburgers and stuff because people
Uh-huh.
need to eat.
Yep.
And yeah, we'd load up 3 or 4 in a car. Might have had a cooler in there with some beverages, but we made a night of it for sure.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember what the family movie that was on before, but I remember waking up in the middle of the second movie and it was Grizzly and getting the shit scared out of me watching this grizzly bear tear into people.
I still remember watching the original Carrie at the movie theater. I was laying there towards the end of the movie, about to fall asleep, kind of watching out of the crack of my eye, and she's at the grave. And all of a sudden, that bloody hand comes up under it. I'd like to shit myself.
Mm-hmm.
So, holy fuck. I did not see that coming. Then I watched the remake, and it's like, this ain't as good as the original.
No. Oh, you want a movie that's better than the original? Watch the new version of Salem's Lot if you got Max. It's good.
Yeah, they had some pretty freaky movies. If you like scary stuff, there was a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, everybody's seen The Exorcist, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Which, for its time that came out, was
Oh, that pushed some boundaries,
yeah,
especially a certain scene.
uh huh,
You know what scene I'm talking about? Yes.
involving a crucifix. Yeah,
Yes, exactly. They'd have a body
It's like-
double for that scene.
I could not watch Linda Blair on TV after that. It's like, no.
They broke her back making the movie.
Oh, I believe it.
When they have her doing all that flopping and basically she was laying on plywood that was hinged to make her do that.
That was freaking intense.
Yeah, they beat the hell out of her making that movie.
Even late 60s, you're going to go back to 2001. There's a good movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's deep, and you'll probably have to watch it 2 or 3 times to
Yeah.
get everything that's going on.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes on in that movie.
So basically, I read some theories as to, a lot of people are asking, why did Hal go nuts at the end of the movie? Well, it's because of confusion of directives, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Hal was designed to be completely transparent to the crew, but had to keep the mission secret, which was a paradox. Basically, Hal was doing everything they could to ensure that the mission was successful, but it caused it to do some really freaky things.
Mm-hmm. I'm talking about freaky Clockwork Orange. There's a freaky ass movie. And another movie that pushed boundaries.
Yeah. Now, if you watch the sequel, 2010, it's really not worth watching.
Yeah.
Just leave it. Leave the original.
Mm-hmm.
The last few minutes of the original are just kind of freaky as is.
Mm-hmm. Oh, other movies that pushed the boundaries, since we're on that the Hammer horror films out of Hammer Studios in England, starring Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing, they pushed some boundaries too, especially on the blood side of things. Because you didn't see a whole lot of blood in movies, and then in the 50s, along comes Hammer Studios, and they're putting all kinds of blood in there, like Dracula and Frankenstein movies and stuff. They really started pushing the boundary on that front.
I can remember taking a date to see the original Friday the 13th at the movie theater. That was kind of freaky.
Mm-hmm. G-Webs is tapping out.
Oh, boy, we put G-Webs to sleep.
Mm-hmm. These are usually the kind of conversations Gary and I have in after chats.
Yeah. You're basically listening to an after chat here, folks.
Uh-huh.
You might hear George. He's in my lap now. George has not seen a lot of these movies. Finstad's still out there. Wow.
Yeah.
You must be having trouble going to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
That or he had to get up and pee, one or the other.
Yeah. We're talking about all these classic movies and the Universal horror movies, monster movies, Dracula, Frankenstein, Wolfman.
King Kong.
King Kong, The Mummy, The Invisible Man.
Lon Chaney.
Junior or senior?
Both.
Yeah.
They were some pretty good movies, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Old black and white stuff. Yeah, they were pretty scary for their day.
Those old Universal movies, I mean, for their time, they pushed the boundaries. Dracula barely made it past the censors.
Then we grew up and had to deal with stuff like the Crypt Keeper on TV and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, now you're just getting silly with the scary stuff.
Yeah. The Crypt Keeper, a Muppet. Crypt Keeper was...
Although Elvira was pretty nice.
Yeah.
Mistress of the Dark.
Mm-hmm. The Crypt Keeper is designed by Jim Henson.
I used to stay up late and watch the late movies. That's where you'd see a lot of that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Because there's usually only one or two stations that would be on after 1 o'clock in the morning, and they were doing the late movies. Everything else with the stations that sign off. And so if you were up late, like if you were out partying, you come home, you couldn't go to sleep. Yeah, you turned on the late movie and stayed up and watched.
Mm-hmm. I remember the first time I saw King Kong as a kid. I cried at the end.
Oh yeah.
when he fell off the Chrysler building.
Yep.
They killed the monkey. My mother's like, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" She comes running in the room. They killed the monkey.
I still remember crying when Frosty the Snowman melted.
I don't remember if I cried about that or not. But yeah, I do remember crying about King Kong getting killed. Defense Dad says, you guys see they're remaking the Toxic Avenger? Peter Dinklage plays Toxie. How? Is his voice changed?
Interesting.
What are they doing? Is it going to be CGI? I've watched quite a few of the Trauma Studios stuff lately because I had a bunch of them on one of the streaming services. Tell you what, Romeo and Juliet was actually pretty good. Pretty good adaptation of Romeo and Juliet in a more modern setting. The only difference is they survive at the end.
Night, Ron.
Night, Ron. Yeah, if you didn't know Romeo and Juliet was a Trauma Studios picture, you wouldn't realize it's a Trauma Studios picture. It's very well made for a low budget movie. I mean, it's still a low budget movie, but it's not like their other stuff, if you know what I mean.
Wow. Thelma and Louise, yeah.
Yeah. Damn shame they wrecked that beautiful Thunderbird. What has gotten into you cats tonight? Good Lord. Mine are having a war in Defense Dads of the Zoomies.
I don't know how many remakes of Bonnie the Clyde I've seen over the years. Oh. They always end up getting shot at the end, though, for some reason. I don't know.
It's kind of a spoiler. History kind of spoils that movie.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, I got kicked out for some reason.
That's what happened to me earlier. Like,
all of a sudden, it come up with an error on the screen. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's what happened to me earlier.
Come on, Rumble. You can do better.
Mm-hmm. I know you say you're not a big Humphrey Bogart fan, but Maltese Falcon.
I think I've seen Maltese Falcon.
Yeah, that's a classic. Peter Lorre, Sidney Greenstreet. Great movie.
Or I could get back into my... I'm still not done watching all the old Perry Masons. I don't know where I left off.
Amy finished those. She binge watched those too. She's been binge watching a lot of stuff since she can't work right now.
It's hard not to, especially when the thing auto plays the next episode. It's like, yeah, I'll go to bed when this is over, and then it starts the next episode. You'll see the first few minutes. It's like, I'll stay up and watch it.
I've found myself doing that lately, only with movies. A lot of the streaming services start another movie right after. Like, this movie looks okay. Maybe I'll stay up and watch it too.
Used to be that way on HBO back in the day, yeah. Except HBO would only play like 3 or 4 movies at a time, so
yeah.
After a while, it's like, okay, I've seen everything they got this month.
God, remember back in the day on cable when HBO would only show R-rated movies at night?
Mm-hmm.
This movie, the Motion Picture Association of America has rated this movie R. HBO will show this feature only at night.
I remember that.
Yeah. Then Cinemax was the exact opposite.
Mm-hmm. Skinemax.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
It certainly is.
It certainly is. Hey, Mo.
Wise guy.
Why you, I oughta.
Oh,
I guess 4.5 hours is long enough.
I suppose there's always next week.
Mm-hmm. So, anything you want to plug tomorrow? I mean, barbecue's already plugged the.
I will have
Horn.
a stream tomorrow night that will not last anywhere near as long as this one does. Yeah, my channel, Gizzard Gary channel, Foul Territory, 9 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Come and watch it. I give away stuff. We have fun. Talk to the 2A. Have some swag we give away. Show your Gorn. Be about an hour and a half of all kinds of good fun and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's about it. But no, we're not going to stay up till midnight on my channel. So, anyway.
Yes, we will.
Well, not on the live chat.
All right. Barbecue, you awake? He may have fell asleep.
Hey, barbecue.
Hey!
Hey, dummy.
Maybe somebody should have ratified him.
He's dead, Jim.
Bones, is he?
Damn it, Jim. I'm a doctor, not a miracle worker.
How do you think I can maintain a reputation as a miracle worker? Oh.
That sequence of events is totally illogical, Captain.
Who asked you, you pointy-eared freak?
Indeed.
Why, you green-blooded. Oh, boy, we better get out of here before we go any more crazy. Well, thank everybody for watching, and we will catch y'all next week. Let me find a damn outro.
Kirk out.
The outro actually playing. Let's see. Says it's playing. Bark, 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 bark. Bye-bye.
Later, Gators.